Okay, welcome to the fifth round of the Rilton Cup, the 51st edition now, and it's still 2023, but we are on the verge of stepping into the new year. So for that reason, we start much earlier today, Jesper.
Yes, we do, Tom.
Yes, yeah, and we have a really good round, I think, looking forward to.
Yes.
And what is the position of the tournament?
Well, one reason why this will be a very interesting round is that the last round, the number 4, was actually gave us today 12 people on 3.5 points out of 4. And that means that now all of those will feel that they want to win today to be ready for the last 4 rounds after the new year, because there will be a break tomorrow. There will be no playing. So after that, there will be the final 4 rounds. And, you really want to be in the lead when you come into these last 4 rounds. So that's why I believe that all of those 12 players on 3.5 points, they really want to go for it today. And we have some really interesting games, not the least from our point of view, as we have 4 Swedish players. We have 2 juniors and 2 players with more routine, 2 grandmasters with more routine, and 2 youngsters. It will be interesting to see how they do, of course. Yes. Then we have 3 Indian players, and we have 2 Israeli, 1 from US and 1 from Estonia, is it?
Don't forget the Pole.
And the Polish guy, Łukasz Jarmola as well. So we have very interesting games also when it comes to the competition between different countries. So I'm looking forward, Tom.
Yeah, I think we should jump into the games as soon as possible.
Yes.
Get some chess going.
Yes, please.
Okay. So, we're going to just find this. And here we have the first game.
And from my point of view, I think that Kaido Kulauts, who is playing white in this game against Sokolovsky, so far he is the player who has been, most stable from my point of view, and made the best impression in a way when it comes to evenness.
Yeah.
No real mistakes from what I can see so far.
He's very solid.
Very solid, good play, good preparations. So it will be interesting to see, because Kaido is a little bit older, has got some routine, playing against a young, ambitious Israeli player, I think.
Yeah, Sokolovsky. I think he's only 17 years old.
Yes.
And Kulauts is more than double that.
Yes.
And it will be an interesting clash. So let's look at the moves.
Yes.
So we have e4 from Kaido.
Yes, he's always playing e4 more or less.
Yeah, almost. And we are heading straight into Sicilian, an open Sicilian, the Najdorf.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
And we said before that these days, with all of these computer analysis and opening preparations, it's always interesting when the players are moving ahead towards this kind of, theoretical positions that have been analyzed for years. Because somewhere they must have something in their sleeves.
Yeah.
They must have prepared something and so on. And it will be a little bit of psychological game in the beginning to see where will they divert from the main lines, or what have they got prepared.
Yeah, and we can see that Kaido is a modern guy, even though he has been with it for a long time. So he plays Rook G1 here.
Yes.
Which is maybe one of the latest quirks in this line.
And the idea is, of course, to play G4, to start to take, to advance on the king's side. White is already showing his intentions to put his king on the queen's side by long castling. And of course, it looks a little bit strange to move the rook in here. But I remember when I played with Ferdinand Hellers, your friend from, not released from Vasa, where in your club and so on. Yeah. He told me as a young junior, he asked me, what is the key move in the Sicilian, he said. And I guessed in many different moves, and then he said, always G4, if you have the chance. So I guess this
is true. If you can get it in, it's usually quite good. The negatives, you have 2 options here to achieve this. The other option is what Fischer used to play with H3. But rook g1 might save a move, but you give up the option to castle to the
Yes.
king side. And,
Yes.
and this is the negative side. So there are positives and negatives.
Yes.
So e5 was played,
Mhm.
and we've said it before, flank action should be countered in the center.
Mhm.
And we see that here, e5, knight back.
Mhm.
And now, interestingly, h5. It's not a new move at all. It has been played before, but I think it's a decent way to counter this g4.
Yes.
And it just shows you that, yeah, g4, if white gets g4, it's usually quite good. So black prevents it.
And as both with rook g1 and with h5, you have pros and cons.
Yeah.
And this makes those moves a bit difficult, of course, because, moving the rook to g1 takes away the possibility to castle. h5 gives up the square g5, and also it makes it more dangerous to go for a kingside castling with black.
Yeah.
So, interesting play.
Yeah. But black is not prohibited. I mean, white has actually said, I'm not going to castle kingside, but black can still do it. So that's the difference.
Yes.
Okay, so white plays h3. Again, g4 want to do that. And here we have it, g4.
Yes. And the benefit for black will be, because I guess he took on g4.
Yeah, there was an exchange.
Is that now, with these moves, h5 and h3, black will have the possibility to go with the rook on h8 and make it active on the h file. So that is the pros of it.
And now we go into one of the forced lines here, and that is when black breaks in the center.
Yes.
And so the positive side for black is that he manages to counter in the center immediately, but he will have to move his king, and white gets his pieces out. So it's a fight.
Because what is very important here is that if you want to go for this counterattack in the center, you have to do it now. Because for sure the next move from white will be g5 to hunt away the knight on f6.
Yeah. So like for instance, playing this move, g5 would come. And then black, of course, could play some move like knight h5, and it's still a game. I mean, this is also playable. But now white has this very nice square d5, and he can put the knight there. He can maybe put the bishop here, go with the queen, castle queen side.
Yeah, and especially there is no chance for black to play d5.
Yeah,
at least not so easily.
No, it's not so easy. So and I think we saw a game with this before in the tournament.
Yes,
where that white won also.
You can see that both players are prepared on what is happening. So I guess both have had this on the analyze board this morning, preparing for the round, because they are moving very fast. They have not used any time at all. Kaido's used a little bit, I can see now. But, I guess it's more like he's checking, what can be what can happen and so on, because he has... I'm sure he has played many games with this before as well.
Might have. You never know. It's not. It has been popular for not so long.
No, it's true.
So
or at least he has analyzed it. You could say.
Kind of the last few years maybe. So he played g5, and we have some exchanges here. And now you might think, oh, black won the pawn, but as it turns out, it's very difficult to keep this pawn.
Yeah.
So bishop g2, bishop f5, bishop e3, knight d7, knight d2. And now we can see that white is rounding up the pawn. So what do you think about this position?
Actually, it's a bit tricky, because what is happening now is that this game very early moves into the end game, and this end game, again, you have some pros and cons. So here you need to be good prepared. It will not be like a huge advantage for any of the players, I guess. So the understanding of this type of endgames is of importance. In that sense, you could say that Kaido, with his experience, because he's good in endgames as well, even though he is a very active player, in that sense, I can understand that he, takes this position. There is what you can see. The differences in the positions is that white has got an extra pawn on the queen side. When and if white can win the e4 pawn, because I was thinking about there are possibilities to play like rook h4 or maybe bishop c5 or something like that. So I don't know really about this position. It is, of course, castling long side. You will have a bit of active play. So the question is how tough black should play to keep the pawn on e4, you know. I don't know what you think. I think it,
Well,
in a way, it looks okay for black, I think.
Yeah, black has a little bit weaker king, some weakness around the king. I think white is going to take this e-pawn. This is going to fall. But I think if we look at it psychologically, I think Kaido is quite happy with this position, because I don't think he would have liked to go into a very long computer line against this young guy. As you said, he has played probably millions of games on the internet and booked up on everything. So it's sort of a trade-off. White does not have a big advantage in this position. I'm sure it looks like it should be fairly equal.
Yes.
But I think Kaido has proven before that he can win these equal games. We had he had one game before with black where it was very equal for a long time, but then in the end he managed to win anyway. So for him, I think this is good. For the opponent, well, we'll see. We don't know. I don't know how strong he is.
No, it's also, I think that one thing that I have realized also is that these young players of today, in a way, they have more experience also when it comes to end games, and you know, so if you compare with before, you know, a very normal way of playing as an older player was to go for some kind of, you know, more slow path and start to press in the end game and so on. But today, actually, also the young players can have experiences and play good. So
of course.
I don't know this Sokolovsky good enough to say that what is his strength and so on. We will see.
But I think we will go to the next game.
Yes, please.
And now we get one of the Swedish players here. We get Erik Blomqvist against this very young American guy.
Yes.
Nico Chasin, we think he's pronounced his name. And he's only 15 years old, so very young. And I think he made did he play a draw yesterday? I don't remember now exactly. Anyway,
but it's 3.5 points.
Yeah, he has 3.5 points. And we'll just have a look at this game. So Erik is an e4 player. He started with e4. And we have Petrov.
Yes.
Or a Russian, as we say in Swedish. Russian defense. And he plays the d4 move here, Erik. I mean, there is, of course, the most played move, I would say, is take on e5. But he plays d4.
You could say that this move from black to play knight f6 is a very solid move. What you do is to play classical, in a classical way. That means that, okay, I develop more the same way like you do as white. I will be a tempo less, but the question if you can use it. Yeah. So normally white will have a slight advantage for some time, but it's very difficult to do anything with this extra tempo.
Right. That's the case. I've played this d4 move myself. Yeah. And the normal move is to take here. In this position, we have seen some sensational games where white takes with the pawn here. There was an incredible game in the European Team Championships where this Greek player, Nicolas or what his name is, Theodorou, with white took on e5, and it was something like this. And knight takes here, I think, was the move, and then bishop takes f7.
Why not queen d5?
Then queen e7.
Simply
protects
like
everything. But
bishop g5.
Yeah,
okay.
The game started like this, and now black has to go here. And this was the start of the game. This was a fantastic game, and he beat Rajabov in 22 moves.
Yeah, it was that game.
Yeah, there was a fantastic.
Now I remember. Yeah, that's game. Yes,
completely fantastic, crazy game.
And he was playing so fast as well.
And he was playing fast.
So everything was analyzed, more or less, you know.
Now, I wouldn't have been surprised if Erik had taken on e5, but he's not really the guy who tries to win, you know, with a prepared line like that. He's well prepared, but he's a little bit more positional than that. So he played the bishop d3 move, which is this is the standard move, so to speak.
Yeah.
Okay, and after
D5, huh? Or
no,
what
here we see an old recipe.
Aha, it's this. Okay.
Yeah, it's actually the Israeli player Murray
Okay.
who came up with this idea once,
Mm-hmm.
and the idea is basically that if you take here,
Mm-hmm.
you win a piece,
But.
then D5 comes, and
Mhm.
you have to move away, and then you get this fork.
Mm.
And then, well, white can play this position. You could play bishop e2, for instance, and you get something like this.
Quite equal, huh?
But it's very equal game.
What about if you play knight e7 instead?
Yes, let's go back.
Mm-hmm.
So, knight c6. You want to take on?
Yep.
You want to take this?
Mm-hmm.
And now, what do you want?
No, d5 I wanted to play.
Ah, yeah, sorry.
After this knight c6, d5. I guess you play knight to e.
Knight c5.
No, but I take on c6 and I'm a,
You have e4.
maybe.
I think it's knight c5.
Aha,
is the
okay,
move, yeah.
okay.
I think this is the trick.
I see, okay.
Yeah, and you.
Mm-hmm. And
So
it's the same.
It's always this fork idea.
Mhm. Mhm.
And this was sensational way back. I remember when this came and everyone,
Mhm.
oh, what's this? And this Murray.
course.
He was such a brilliant player. I
Mhm.
guess he still is. I
Mhm.
think he's still alive. But yeah, this was really
A shocker.
Yeah, a shocker. What's this?
Mhm.
So in this game we see knight takes e5, which is another way to play. It's also fully playable, of course.
Mhm.
And it's I think considered to be perhaps the best move in this
Mhm.
situation.
Mhm.
Okay, so there's an exchange, and we have
Knight c5. huh?
the
Mhm.
knight c5, yes,
Bishop
and
c4.
of course
Mhm.
white could play like castles or something like that, but then of course black gets to exchange the bishop.
Yeah, looks quite equal after d6.
Well,
that's-
white has some advantage. I mean,
Mhm.
let's say you play this move, and
Mhm.
black takes this, and I guess
Mhm.
you could take with the queen, perhaps best move. I don't know.
Mhm.
And then you have simple moves with knight
Mhm.
up here. No, sorry,
Mhm.
knight comes up here, and the rook goes here, and the bishop goes somewhere here, and
Mhm.
maybe the other rook comes in. And, yeah, and it's a game. But Eric likes his bishop, so he plays bishop c4,
Mhm.
and then we have d6.
Mhm.
And now we have the scholar's mate.
Oh, yes.
Finally, we get
Go
some
for
real
it.
chess, some research. Everyone in the Swedish junior tournament, Schack 4, knows what this is.
Oh, yes.
This is the only opening.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
And now the question is, of course, queen e7.
Yes.
Is it?
Queen e7 is, I'm sure, possible, but
Ah, you have
yeah,
a
yeah,
nice
yeah,
move.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Bishop e3 is a nice
this
move.
is a tricky move now because suddenly, if you take here,
Mhm.
then
This is a disaster, even though you don't lose immediately, but you can see the king.
yeah, this is not nice.
This is not nice, or even knight c3 maybe.
Yeah, also.
Be long castle coming in.
Yeah, also possible. Many
Mm.
possibilities here.
Mm.
This is just
Okay,
bad.
this is just bad.
Yeah.
So, it's
So-
interesting because it's a little bit tricky already, after,
Yeah,
after
yeah.
5 moves
Yeah,
or 6
yeah.
moves, you have these kind of traps and so on. So you better be well prepared.
That's interesting in this line that there
Mhm.
are so many tricks
Mhm.
in this very calm opening. So this is typically where you have to have prepared, because if you haven't prepared, you have to find it at the board, and it will take a lot of time. Even if you find the moves, you will still be in a disadvantage because you don't have the time.
Yes.
So you have to prepare. That's the hard
Mhm.
facts.
Mhm.
So knight e6 is played here.
Mhm.
I don't know, bishop e6.
You
Look,
probably just take it, and
Yeah, this is-
b7 is hanging.
this is the problem, that if you take like this, then you have a very poor pawn
Take
formation.
on d6.
You
probably.
take here, I
Mhm.
guess, and then you can just castle or something
Mm.
like that.
Mm.
Looks very good for white.
Mhm.
So black has to retreat with the knight.
Mhm. But on the other hand, now it's hanging on e5.
Yes. Now black is getting his pieces out now.
So you could say that because he has to take on e5, or no, d6. I mean, sorry.
Well,
Or can you play something
what
else?
do you think?
Yeah, my feeling was that, otherwise probably black will take on e5
Of course.
itself. So,
Yeah.
and you don't want to play bishop f4, you don't want to play, I guess?
No. I don't think you want to do that.
No.
Because
So-
now I think you can maybe just take and play queen e7.
Mm.
And I don't know, it looks
Mm.
doesn't look so good for white. Anyway, so in this situation we see take.
Yes, because the interesting now after bishop take d6, you have it, completely symmetrical when it comes to the pawns.
Yeah, that's true.
But the things is the only advantage white has got left in a way
Yeah.
is that black's position is a little bit cramped due to the knight on e6. White has easier to come out with the pieces. So the question is now, can white do something with this little bit of advantage when it comes to the development? And normally what you want to do is to be fast and change this temporary advantage into something more sustainable.
Yeah.
Either, with a pair of bishops or some kind of pawn structure change or something like that.
Yeah.
You need to find some way here as white to keep up the pressure against black.
Yeah. It's there are lots of nuances. You have to find the right squares for the pieces, but in general, it's not so complicated. What you need to do is just bring everything out.
Exactly.
Bring everyone to the party, the New Year's party. So rook a d1 and the other rook to e1 is probably very likely. It's not very likely that you start with some pawn pushes on the sides here. I don't think it. You just bring all the pieces into the center and you try to put your opponent in a situation where he cannot really get his pieces out. And we already see one important, I would say, piece in this puzzle, and that is the fact that the queen is attacking this pawn here.
Yes.
So this bishop here it's always a little bit difficult to get out. So probably maybe you have to play c6 or something. You have to lose one move to do that. So white is a little bit more ahead than it looks.
Yes, but also, like I said, just like you said, first of all, just develop your pieces.
Yeah,
but after that, the key is to find a way to make this advantage more stable.
Right.
And one of the things that directly comes to mind is of course to put a castle, of course, either long castle or short castle, and then bring the rooks to the d and e file, and then play knight e4 to take on d6 and get the pair of bishops and try to give
something like that.
a weakness in the pawn chain.
So this knight can make a journey here and take this bishop. This could be one of the goals, because if you exchange the bishop for a knight, you have the pair of bishops in a very open position, and you have definitely a slight advantage. Not winning, but good. So in the game there was bishop e3. Maybe not the move you would expect. You could look, but there is a little problem with castling, right? There's something down here. Some.
You can queen h4.
Well, yes, you play that immediately. I think it wins more or less, because this guy is hanging also, so you get a double attack here. So you cannot do that. So in the game he plays bishop e3. Castles and knight d2.
Yeah. And now, should black play bishop c5, for example?
Yeah, well, bishop takes e6, bishop takes e3. Can you take on f7? No, probably not, right?
I don't know, at least it's then rook takes and rook e7 and so on.
Knight e4, bishop f5, f3.
Take and queen h4. It will be,
it's nothing.
So that could be one way to solve this, because
so bishop c5 is possible.
Maybe, but
it doesn't remove the knight from e6. It will still be there. So, but bishop c5 is a possibility. Maybe
Black
bishop
has
e5.
got some pressure on him here, because somehow he needs to get his pieces out. White has got very simple moves to play, so in that sense it's much easier to play white. So you really need to be prepared with black and to understand how can I bring out my pieces. Otherwise, you know, sooner or later you will there will be some consequences, you know, like queen f6, or, you know, just to get out of your pieces or something like that. Then white will always have a long-term advantage, and you will have a difficult game, you know.
Yeah. So it will be interesting to see. I have not analyzed this line, even though I used to play the d4 variation. I think the theory here has developed, and I don't know if this was a line that was played like some years ago. I can see that there are only 2 games played in Master, long games, and they were in 2002 and 2022. So this is not a very common line.
No, slightly better for white.
Yeah, slightly, but nothing dramatic. So let's go to the next game, and here we have a game between we have the Polish guy Łukasz Jarmola against this very young grandmaster from India, only 16 years old, Vupala Pranith, and we will start from the beginning here, and we have Jarmola playing white and plays the English. We haven't seen so much of that, have we?
Actually, a lot of e4 games, I think we have.
A lot of e4 and some d4, but not so much c4.
Nope.
So it goes into Queen's Gambit, and we get this.
Okay. So
what is this called? Is it the Ragozin? It's not quite the Ragozin.
No, not yet.
It could be, right?
It's like a modern version.
Yeah. It actually gets
and
now it's an Nimzo Indian, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Or is it the Queen's Gambit? Yeah, this is the problem. I think it's a Ragozin line.
Anyway, the basic idea, of course, is with a bishop to b4 is to put pressure on the knight on c3. But the question is, is it good on b4? And what will happen quite often is this question: should you take on c3, or should you go? Sometimes you go back with the bishop to e7, depending a little bit on what is happening. The queen a4 is, of course, a way to try to make use of this early bishop move. But on the other hand, the queen would be a bit strange on a4. Otherwise, the rule is normally in this type of positions that you want to play your c pawn out first before you move out the knight, like white had done. So that's the one negative thing with playing knight c6. On the other hand, what is the queen doing on a4? And the knight can be quite good on c6 sometimes as well. So pros and cons.
Yeah, well, white plays it to sort of disrupt black a bit, but then if white can move the queen back to c2 maybe, and black has to move the knight, maybe you can gain a tempo this way. But it's nothing special, and it's well-known theory. Here we get the queen move, and black.
Can I? I don't remember theory, but
I think bishop d6 is the most common move.
Yes, that's play for the e5 or something.
Yeah, but he plays a6 first. Maybe he wants to prevent something. I don't know, but a6 of course is. I think we have seen one game in this line before in the tournament, right? Was it even Pranith playing with black?
Maybe it's a preparation. I don't remember right now.
No, I have a feeling that we have seen. We have definitely seen this line before. Okay, so castles. Bishop d6, a3.
Of course, a6 is ruling out knight b5.
Yeah, that's
to take the bishop.
Idea.
That's the main idea.
It's very normal.
What is very important here is, of course, for black.
You could also maybe sometimes play b5, bishop b7, and play for that type of position. Also possible.
What is important here is, of course, white wants to play e4 and e5, and it's extremely important that black is ready to play e5 himself if e4 is coming. Otherwise, it's just losing. So that is the basic ideas of the play by black here. Yeah. And this will be about. And normally you play like the queen to e7 and then e5, and try to build up like that.
Yeah. Well, e5 immediately is actually playable here if you want to, but Pranith. And I get from seeing his game, he's much more mature than he's 16 years old. I mean, he's only 16, but he plays like a seasoned grandmaster. He became grandmaster this year, but Yeah, he plays bishop queen e7, no quick e5, and yeah, this is very sound position for black. White has a little bit more material in the center, one more extra pawn, and yeah, as usual, white is slightly better. But this is a theoretical position, I would guess. Maybe not the most played, but anyway, the ideas and the general layout of the pieces is very well known with this. So I think we should go to the next game.
Yes,
because
please.
nothing really has happened. And here we get one of my guys, Joar Östlund.
Joar,
The Swedish junior champion this year.
the magician, we call him from now on.
Yeah, he's sort of a magician. I don't know, a sorcerer maybe even. I mean, he has saved himself in 2 completely lost games. The round before yesterday, he was white, and already after the opening, like 12 moves or something, he was already -5.
Yes.
Yeah, and then he won easily. And yesterday he was like -6, I think, and it was also easily winning for the opponent. But
It sounds like his trainer needs to give him some openings. What do you say, Tom?
no, but he has some good openings.
Yes, okay.
But I think he has. He's quite ambitious, and he's well prepared and so on. But maybe he's not focusing on safety.
I see.
He tries to play very actively, and he likes these
Double-edged
Yeah,
positions as well.
he likes to play double-edged positions.
The problem with that is that he's playing with players who are very, very well prepared. Probably.
Yeah.
So he now understands.
Yeah.
And this is something that is very good for this type of tournaments. As you know, this tournament was created by Rilton and his will. And one of the guidelines he gave how this tournament should be constructed and structured was to give a proper challenge for young Swedish players. That means that they should understand what do they need to do to take the step into the international elite.
Right.
And here a little bit for Joar maybe, also he got the chance now to understand that, okay, you have good preparations, but if you compare with these guys, it might not be good enough. So he needs to take one step further on maybe, and so on. So it's a good way in that sense.
I think he's a very talented guy. He plays very well, and he's very dedicated to chess. So I expect a lot from him, and I already seen so much because he has played in these GP tournaments, and he has made very good results against strong opposition, like Swedish grandmasters. But maybe this is the big breakthrough, so we should have a little warning flag for him here.
Of course, and like we said yesterday, this summer he will have the chance to play in the highest top group in the Swedish Championship, facing all the best Swedish players, and then he will try out what it is like to play on that level.
Right.
So, looking forward to see what's happening in this game.
So he is mainly a d4 player, and well prepared, as I said before. And here we get the Semislav.
Yeah.
Bishop g5, h6, e3, g6.
Okay.
So is this an opening you know anything about?
Just a little bit. I'm not an expert in any way, so I couldn't say that I can come up with any good ideas here. More than we have the classical pros and cons with a pair of bishops for black.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, a little bit slower in the development, and then you have this strange bishop on c8, and the question is how will it come out? But as the structure in the center when it comes to the pawns is not fixed yet, black can have chances to play like e5 or break up the position, and then suddenly these pairs of bishops can be very, very strong. So it will be, in that sense, a fight between those two ideas. White wants to keep them passive, these bishops, maybe to get good knights in the center and so on, and black will try to open up the position if possible.
Yeah. I'm not an expert at all, but my general feeling here, this is the type of position that if black manages to open it in the right way, he can get a very good game. So there is a lot of potential in black game. And there is some resemblance to this game yesterday with Trost in the Trompovsky.
Yes.
Because there we also saw an early exchange of bishop for knight. And there was a question, would Trost with his center and space advantage curb these bishops? And he didn't manage to do that.
No.
The bishop broke out and black was actually better at some point. So we'll see if maybe something similar could happen here.
But there is one big difference, and that is that white do not have played the e pawn to e5 or to
this is only a plan. This is only a plan in this position. But if he managed to play e4 e5, we get into something that looks very much too like that.
That's correct.
So let's see what happens here. Okay, bishop e2 was played. Bishop g7. Castles. And now we have the e4 move.
Okay. Yes.
So of course black could take there, but then of course white takes with the knight. Then white activates his pieces, and black is a little bit behind. So black in this game, you can take. I think you can. I think this is possible. I think this should also be possible.
Yes.
In a situation like this, there are many moves usually you can do, and the same here. I don't know. In the game, black played actually queen d8. Very just regrouping or retreating the queen.
But also, what the idea with this is, of course, that if white takes on d5, the position starts to open up. And this is not something white wants to happen normally. So the idea that Tom mentioned, that e4, e5, that is the key move in a way, and that means that the queen needs to move anyway, and then it should probably be on d5.
Yeah, as soon as you open, I think black will always take with this guy, because then suddenly this bishop is not trapped anymore. I mean, you could go for something like this.
But this is not so attractive, I think.
No, this is not attractive, because the bishop can go out somewhere, I don't know, somewhere.
I think black is almost better already.
And the knight comes out. Yeah.
And,
well, white cannot be worse with this pawn, I think.
Yeah, bishop on e6, knight to d7 and f6. And, then black has got an easier game, I believe.
Yeah.
But... no doubt, the key is in that case to go for the pawns. To take 2 times and play queen b3, I would say, is the critical.
Yeah, this could be a line, as you said. Let's say we take once, we take twice, and then we go for the pawn.
Yes. I mean, I just say that this would be this is the line you need to calculate.
And black would counter with this, probably attacking here.
Yeah, and what the point with this is that even though you might even lose the d5 pawn, as on rook e8 maybe or something like that, just to get out of the with the pieces. But even if you lose this pawn, black normally has got good play, because it's opened up, and I would be worried if this happens, even though I might win the d5 pawn, because the bishop pair can be so strong. So
yeah, it seems like these weaknesses here, this one and this one, they cancel each other somehow.
Exactly.
I mean, you might take the d5 pawn, but black will surely take the d4 pawn later on. Maybe he will come with a rook to d8, and I mean, there is always this move after exchanges, and because I don't think you can take with the knight because of bishop e6. Anyway, let's see what happened in the game, because queen d8 was played and Joar played e5.
Yes.
And we are still in some sort of theory here. This has been played before. It's a known position. And the top game here is 2 quite strong players, Kramnik against Anand. So
yes,
this has been played before.
Actually, yeah.
And then we have this d takes c4 and bishop takes.
Yes.
And now suddenly we have a center that is very similar to the one between Kaido Kulauts against Monika Sochko.
Yes.
They had the same, but it came from the Caro-Kann. But it was the same type of formation in the center.
Yes, and now, the question is, of course, this kind of judgment that you could make that, okay, but doesn't black has got a good square for the knight on d5? Oh, yes, but then it will be difficult to do anything when it comes to break up the center, and that is the classical idea.
Yeah.
And white will also have good chances with a knight on d6, or taking control of the black squares. So black in this position wants to open up as much as possible, and the classical move is what is played in the game that I think is very logical as well is to play c5 in this position.
Yeah, he played c5,
Mm.
immediately putting pressure,
Mm.
and also preparing to put the knight on an effective square. d7 is not very effective in that. Even though you could go to d5, that would have been optically good, but in reality maybe not actually doing anything.
Exactly.
And also when you have a position like this,
Mm.
when you have these pawns like this,
Mm.
f6 is not so nice to play because
No.
everything is weak,
Mm.
right?
So even though this bishop on g7 might look very good, there is needed some work to make it come to life.
Yeah, but you really want to get the bishop active.
Mm.
But the point is you cannot really play f6.
No.
It's not playable. So you have to play c5.
Exactly.
So when you have sort of worked that out, I
Mm.
think finding c5 might look a bit sacrifice, but
But-
you get so much play,
But the critical move is of course to take on c5.
which happened in the game,
Mm-hmm.
and then we see knight d7.
Yes,
double
also
threat.
logical.
Yeah.
And here you can think about, can you play c6 for example, but then probably you can just take on e5 with the knight.
Yeah.
And if you play, the other move that comes to mind is maybe even though it's threatening a bit, take here, and well, it doesn't look so good. Huh?
I mean, a
Mhm.
position like this.
It's terrible for white. Now you can see the strength of the bishops, how great they are.
White has a knight here that it doesn't really have any good square. The best square is on c3, and black is going to put a lot of pressure here on the b file, and you have the suddenly this slightly incarcerated bishop before is suddenly super strong, the best, almost the best piece in the position. So in the game, white played queen e2.
I thought about, one way to defend both is queen to d6.
Oh, but I think
Maybe you can take on e5 anyway.
I think this is possible, right?
Yes.
Because if you take back here,
You take on, yes.
the defense breaks down very quickly, and
this pawn is now not so strong. Rook d1, rook d8, and knight e4, and you can probably just play f5 or something like that even.
yeah,
Maybe I must say.
yeah, but this.
But it looks good. This looks good anyway, for.
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay, so
in the game he played queen e2.
so that means that black will get back the pawn.
Yeah, he took it back immediately.
Mhm.
But White's plan is simple. He wants to keep this very strong pawn here, because then he curbs this bishop. This bishop cannot do anything on the diagonal, so this is an extremely important pawn. And then he wants to develop with the rooks here. Maybe not there, maybe here, and this one goes there. And suddenly you can start playing on the queen side, or maybe you can activate this knight somehow and get play. But I think
the only thing when I saw this, when I see this position, I'm thinking about how to put the rooks. You have two open files, CD, but on the other hand, you also want to have some. Maybe you want a rook on E1 to stabilize the E5 pawn. That is like that this is a key to White's idea.
But you can think like this. You don't need the rook on. If you have the rooks on D1 and C1, it's difficult for black to actually attack E5 with three pieces. He needs that. So maybe, and also if you can get the knight to D6, maybe it will be very difficult for black to actually attack this pawn. But I agree with you. But still, this looks a bit passive to me. I don't see any clear plan with that. But in the game, we see rook d1, queen e7.
Of course, black need to find a square for the queen.
Yeah.
If you put it on c file, looks very strange because then rook ac1 will come. Queen on b6 also a bit strange position for the queen because you cannot see that it's very active, and ideas like a3, b4 might come, and
Many ideas.
So queen e7
D6,
is a logical
D6,
move.
Rook d6 also possible.
Yes, that's right. That's good.
And then probably you have to go back.
And then double,
Yeah, or even knight b5. At some point you might have to go down to
So
b8.
now, but on the other hand, how should white proceed? Because, okay, you can put a knight on d6, But in the meantime, black will probably develop his bishop to c6.
Yeah.
And, okay, the knight looks nice on d6, but it's not threatening so much.
No.
So
Black has a very simple developing idea here, because the bishop belongs to the diagonal, and then after that you might retreat the knight to d7 perhaps. Of course, you also have the rook moves here into the center.
So in that sense, it's a little bit like if black has got, in that sense, a long-term advantage. If you can open up, if your bishop can come to life, if the e5 pawn falls. So what is important for white is to really have control of this kind of break-free ideas that black will try to use. So
Black is like in a prison. He wants to get out, but there are no. I mean, he's quite safe in this prison so far. But if white gets all his pieces out, maybe at some point he can start threatening to invade on the 7th rank or something like that. So in the game we see white playing for the d6 square. He played knight b5. And if we look at the evaluation bar, we can see it dropped a little bit. So it doesn't really like this move.
It seems like, I think it's I think it's just as good as the other moves. I think it's...
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the question is, again, you always have to think, if I get to d6, what am I threatening? And it's not so clear that it threatens anything.
No, the other idea that I thought about is also your move, rook d6.
Well,
to double up on d file.
Yeah.
And play for that kind of activity instead. One idea that white usually uses, if I said that what will happen after you have this kind of grip with white and more space and so on. Quite often you want to make this, change this kind of advantage to something else. And a very important idea then is to go for an attack. So one of the moves I can see here for white could be like h4, h5 idea. If you have a grip on this position. Because if you play h4, h5, g5 is a little bit, you don't like that.
Yeah, you want to open this diagonal. And you want to...
Exactly. And if you play h5 with black after h4, suddenly the white knight will have a possibility to go to g5. So that could be a way to try to create something with white.
Yeah.
But normally, first you keep the grip very hard, and then you start to move on the flanks like that.
I mean, that's why I don't like... it's not that I dislike the idea, but I can see that there is... You go to d6, and then what's next?
Exactly.
It's not so clear what your plan is. So maybe h4 in this situation, I think it would be a very normal idea to play for. Or maybe rook d6.
Something like that.
Yeah. Anyway, in the game, there was knight b5, bishop d7, knight jumps, bishop goes to c6. Now knight d4.
Yeah, this is like the way to play if you want to try to get some kind of advantage with white to take away this bishop on c6. But it is a little bit shaky now, the pawn on e5. That's why I thought about earlier on that, sometimes you want to put the rook on e1, because you can also see there are like, one of the moves I was thinking about, can you play like take on g2 and play queen g5 check and then take on e5? Sometimes there is this type of sacrifices and the knights are a bit shaky, but
it looks a little bit
too. It's too much probably.
It's probably too much.
But the idea is there, you can feel that it's a little bit shaky,
Yeah.
Or maybe queen g5 immediately.
Yeah, well, in the game he actually played queen g5, which is a very nice threat of mate in one, and of course white took. So now we have a situation where the e5 pawn is attacked, and you can really wonder what the knight is doing on d6 at this point. It would have been better to have the knight maybe on c4, or maybe have the possibility to retreat to c4. But
I mean, also now it's.
The position is okay.
But what? How can you defend the pawn on e5 then?
Yeah.
Rook E1, knight E7.
Yeah. Well, maybe you don't defend it. Can you counter-attack somehow? C6 is also a bit weak.
Yes.
But of course, bishop takes E5, you threaten to take the B pawn also.
So because what has happened now is a change in the situation, because now the pair of bishops is away from black, and black has got a weakness on C6, but the big problem is the pawn on E5. And that is the compensation black has got for this, you know. And here I think that white need to find a good plan, because this looks dangerous to me, this idea. He need, really, like you say, he need to find some type of compensation here, you know.
Yeah. Actually, I can see that the computer has a very interesting plan here. We should look at that. Because we are looking at very much how to keep the position, but the computer says you have to attack.
Okay.
So it suggests B4.
Ah, now I see.
A4.
Okay, and if you play knight D7, you take on F7.
Now,
I mean, if the knight was going to...
Yeah,
the obvious
but also here, knight...
what?
Yeah. Because after rook takes, you take here, and already white is winning according to the computer.
Yes, that I can see. But king take, what is happening?
Yeah, that's what we're going to see. King takes, and now you have this move.
This normal move.
Trick. Because after this one, you win the queen. And so suddenly you have this problem we had is solved.
This is very, very interesting play. Okay, queen E7.
Yeah, and now let's attack.
What is this? Take it with the pawn.
Yeah. And then you attack some more.
Are you following some kind of lines now? Because I feel you are playing very strong moves, my friend.
I have my silicon friend.
You have your silicon friend. Okay, rook A E8 or something like that.
Yeah, but the computer says that this is equal game. We don't have to look further. I don't think this will be played in the game.
I mean, after no.
But it's a fascinating line,
Yes.
and suddenly you actually do something with the knight.
But this is also interesting, because I can tell you that, you know, but when I've been analyzing with, for example, Magnus and Peter Heine Nielsen and these top players, you know, they are into this type of stuff.
Of course,
you know, their analysis and their preparations are simply on a higher level. And I can remember when, as Peter Heine Nielsen is a friend of mine, when he started to work with Anand, I asked him, what is the big difference, you know, when you start to work with him? He said the difference is that they do not stop the computer analysis until they're completely sure. You know, they want to go the all way through. And this kind of attitude, I think, is a difference between the absolute top players of the world. If we compare it, you know, they will have this kind of ideas in their sleeves when you come to this.
But I can tell you one thing: Joar has not prepared this, because he has only 27 minutes left. He has used up all his time almost, and this is a clear sign. They have played only 19 moves, and he has only 27 minutes left, while his opponent has only used 6 minutes. And
so maybe he has done this type of, but who knows?
Well, he sort of shows this line, didn't he? With this a little bit. It's not the big main line, right? With this.
No.
So I don't know, but Joar is an excellent calculator. Excellent. He's very, very good. So I'm sure he's looking at this. It's not like he will completely miss it.
No.
And if he plays B4, then he's going to take on F7 for sure. Yeah, we had, you know, there was I just tell you a little bit, a little story about Joar, because we had a simultaneous match where Bassem Amin from Egypt came and played against the juniors. Joar was not playing, but afterwards we went through all the games. Bassem was not there, but the players and I, we went through all the games. And there was one game, and there was a tricky situation. It looked like Bassem was winning, and I had asked Bassem about that. And he said, no, there was nothing in that position, or I couldn't find anything. Joar looked at it for a little while, and then he came up with a just completely brilliant combination, winning immediately.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, of course, no, he's very strong.
Yeah.
What has been interesting here is the same pattern is actually coming up again. That he has got problems just after the opening.
Yeah.
On the other hand, we'll see if the patterns also will continue. That is actually going to find a resource that the opponent hasn't seen. We are looking forward to see if that can happen.
No, I would. I don't know. What? Maybe if you look at it long enough, and he has certainly been looking.
Yes.
Maybe you come to the conclusion that there is no normal, simple way. But let's just see if it's possible to play a move like Rook E1. Your move here.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the problem.
Exactly, because now you cannot take on F7 and the knight is hanging.
Yeah. This will be fascinating. We'll see. I think we should go to the next game.
Yes.
And now we get another youngster here.
Another of our juniors.
So we have the 21-year-old Jair Parkov, one of the grandmasters here.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's just an international master, but he has a high rating.
Mm-hmm.
He plays white against Edwin,
the 16-year-old talent from Sweden who has just become an international master, and has for a long time has been one of the best talents of Sweden. What is interesting?
Not so long because he's so young.
No, it's okay. No, but he won the Swedish Bullet Championship when he was 12, so it's more like that. But what is with Edwin is that he has always played a lot. Mm-hmm. So also, I think that was we saw yesterday when he was winning a game that was not completely clear. At all moments to put it mildly.
I think we saw his strength. We also saw some glimpses of maybe a little bit of indecision, and he didn't finish the game.
No,
he had a fantastic game, and you could see that there is something. But he did. On the other hand, this could also be practical. I mean, instead of thinking and using up all your time like you are doing right now, he was just making decent moves, and he kept the advantage. I think he kept the advantage, even though in the end it started to go up and down a little bit. But he was always keeping the position. So
better on time, little bit easier to play with white and so on. So in that sense, practical, pragmatic way of playing.
He played well. So let's check this game. So we have the Israeli Parkov playing white, and he played d4. And we get some sort of Slav here. Yes. Yeah, this is
this is a line where white is heading for an advantage due to the pair of bishops. On the other hand, this takes time, and the right bishop will be swapped off for black because you have all the pawns on the white squares more or less. That means that you will have your black squared bishop left, and okay.
Yeah, I think
it's a long game after this.
Yeah, I see here that it's called a quiet variation, and it certainly is a quiet variation. Often, black will retreat here, and it will be exchanged. So black will get an open H file, and then white will make moves like Queen B3, and sometimes we play G3 and F3 and Bishop G2, and a lot of small moves here with the pawns and the bishops, and white is hoping to finally win with the pair of bishops. It's a very long strategic fight ahead here. So let's see what happens. You should not expect a lot of tactics here, because usually there is not much. Okay, he starts with this. You don't have to take it immediately. Okay, so there's an exchange.
Okay.
They don't always do that. Sometimes they play Queen B3 and things like that.
And here you always take with the e-pawn, more or less?
Yeah, this is a normal move. And now we have this exchange. So
actually, white has not been very ambitious in his opening. More or less just, okay, I have my advantage, you have yours. We just play position. There will not be any tactical intermezzos in the beginning, and we will have a strategic play, and the best player will win. More or less, that's what he tells Edwin.
Yeah. So black certainly is not going for a queenside castle.
But this is a little bit strange
it's a bit
for
strange.
me, because the bishop on b4 is normally on d6 in this position. Very logical, and the queen to e7 and so on, because I'm also this will rook c8.
But
That is like a signal to play c5.
I think we have left the sort of the main line, because there are I can see there are some games in this position, but not top level games, not like top elites, and
because white has played so simple in a way, so
there
not
is
so challenging.
I think this exchange here on d5. This is an unusual move.
Yes.
This is not how you play it normally.
No, because you release the tension very early, and normally, the question is this a threat to play d takes c4? I don't think so. So, anyway, a bit slow.
Yeah. So exchange, maybe not the sharpest line.
No.
And now we get into some sort of exchange variation of the Queen's Gambit, right? But with this slightly unusual exchange on g6, you don't get that. Okay.
But this is bishop b4 is a strange move for me, because I don't understand why do you want to put the bishop on b4, because you will not have the intention to take on c3 anyway, I think. At least that would surprise me.
I think the idea is to prevent e4 maybe,
But bishop d6, is it a threat to play e4 in that position? I don't think so.
No. But when you look at a position like this, you see is there anything that could be a danger? I don't know exactly why he plays. I don't like it so much either. It looks like it's sort of just one move. It doesn't really have a plan. Maybe I don't know.
He has not been thinking so much. So maybe it's a preparation, but. Okay, because this idea of rook c8, he plays this quite quickly, Edwin. So and the only way to justify this is to go for c5 at a point, Just preparing for that.
After a3 now he moves back again,
and he moves to e7 instead of d6. Okay.
Okay, so we get this position. This is actually the situation right now. And we can see that we have a sort of a cat and mouse game here. No one is castling. Maybe both are afraid, I don't know. But I think both can castle, and I expect to see castling. I don't think anyone is... I mean, white is not castling queenside, and black is definitely not castling queenside. So this is what we have.
And of course now you could say that even though I found those moves of Edwin, a little bit strange. He moved back his bishop.
Yeah.
And, now white has played quite slowly as well, so it's not like this type of very crucial tempo positions where you have to play very, very exact.
No.
You can play this a little bit slower and still be absolutely okay.
Yeah.
And my feeling is now also that it's quite balanced. Because castling here might be very dangerous for white, because due to something like knight g5 and some sacrifices, maybe even on I don't know.
Yeah, but there are knight f4 and things like that.
But so bishop d6 then.
Yeah, but I mean you cannot do all the moves. White
but if you castle here, for example, then knight g5. I just thought that this could be dangerous.
Yeah, this could be dangerous.
Because knight f4, bishop d6.
I was thinking that black and white castles.
No.
Then it's not dangerous.
No, then it's not dangerous.
No.
But that's why I say that white, and look at white's time.
Yeah.
He has been thinking a lot, actually. So it's like white.
No, but there is a cat and mouse game going on, and the question is, and that's why white has sort of played a little bit strange with this, because I think in the line as it usually is played without taking on d5, white usually castles queenside. I think that's the main ideas. But I'm not an expert in this line. So.
But what is a bit interesting here is actually that it is like black has got easier moves to play, because now...
but how do you want to play b6, c5?
Or g5 maybe.
Oh,
that's at a point. Maybe then
Yeah. So you can say that he has two possible breaks here.
Yes.
This
G5, I like G5 in a way.
G5, G4 maybe could be a break.
Yeah, that could be an
And also
idea.
B6, C5.
Yes, and the question is...
And what is white doing here?
Exactly, because white sometimes play for A4, B5 to this classical way of the minority attack on the queen side. But now suddenly the rook on C8 is quite good.
Yeah.
Because it's on the same file as the queen, but also another important thing is that you can push C5 with more strength if B5 will come. So in that sense, it's like you say, a cat and mouse play, but it might be easier to play black.
Yeah, I think in the way they usually play it, they take at some point here. And then at some point they will later make some
G3,
yeah, maybe put the queen here somewhere, and and the bishop comes out. And sometimes you move your pawns here, and you don't castle this way. You castle to this side instead, because with the open H file it's obvious. So white's play here to play like, I think white thought that black of course is going to castle king side, but here Edwin is showing he's quite.
He's playing good here.
Yeah. So castling, of course, is not good in this position. It's very dangerous because of knight g5, as you pointed out.
But actually, what is the next white move here?
White has to make moves.
White has to make moves. That's a rule in chess.
On the queen side. Some rook move maybe or something. Maybe prepare to, because what is black doing? You cannot attack. So it's.
What about g5? Is that a dangerous move?
What does it do?
And after g4 after that?
Yeah, you could play this move. Let's make a move here. Rook c1. Let's say g5. But now you cannot play knight g5.
No, but you are threatening to play g4.
This is true. Can you play f3 maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe you can do that anyway.
Yes, maybe.
Do you want to go for something like this?
Maybe. I just say that I think that this is what white is thinking about. That it's
sure.
a little bit. What about this?
Okay,
position?
but I know what happened. Because he played f3.
Okay. Yeah, it's a decent move, I think. Because what the white is doing now also is to prepare for e4, and that is in a way a logical move. Also.
Yeah, but if you cannot do that now, right? Because if you play e4, black will take.
It's preparing,
and then this is so
exactly.
weak.
But it's preparing.
Yeah,
for
it's
that,
a preparation. So maybe it's also thinking. Maybe white is thinking. Well, I can always put the king on f2.
Could be. But now again, when f3 is played like this, and there is this weaknesses on the king side, and if maybe white, like you say, intend to keep the king in the center, then you start to look for this kind of breakthroughs, like you said, with b6 maybe, or try to do something like that. Or, of course, also f3 with these commitments. You can always play castle to castle and so on.
Yeah,
but
there are many possibilities.
b6, c5 is still interesting at least. Because as soon as e4
I think eventually we're going to see a short castle for black. I think.
Okay.
And then we'll see what happens. And then we'll get all these clashes. I don't think black, maybe black is stubborn here and plays for the attack, but I don't really see the attack going with f3. So let's go to the next game.
So we have one final game with those 3.5 point players. We have 12 of them in the lead when it comes to the 5th round of Rilton Cup.
Yeah.
And now it's time for actually the Swedish champion, Vitaly Sivuk.
Yeah, and he plays against this very young 14-year-old guy, Borgaonkar.
Yes.
Akshay Borgaonkar. He's a candidate
from
master.
India, huh?
He's from India. He's 2206 rating and he's 14 years old. So, I mean, some Indian players are grandmasters and have 27 when they are 12. So, but he's still.
On the other hand, don't forget, it's very, very dangerous to rely on this ELO rating when they are so young, and maybe it's the first time he's in Europe and playing, so
the ELO says
nothing in this case.
Nothing really.
And always it's, when you play against such young players, it's a bit uncomfortable, because, you don't know their strength and how good they are, so.
Okay. So let's see. Spanish, or Roy Lopez, you could call it also. And white plays this d3 move.
Yes.
Which makes it a slower game, and you avoid lots of theory. So it's actually a very practical decision to play d3 rather than go for the castling, which is was more or less obligatory once.
Yes.
And you had to play that move. It was the only move that was considered to be anything. But today, I think
there are many different ways to play.
Yeah,
these days. And d3 is quite popular actually.
Even knight c3. Yeah, d3 is very popular, and you see guys like Carlsen play this all the time.
And one of the things is, of course, also that the marshal attack was very, very difficult to do to get any advantage for white. It's a long version after castling, and then they started to elaborate with this type of slower play, like you say.
Yeah, and also we can see that we have this surge in the Italian game, the d3 Italians. Yeah. And this is very similar to that. The ideas you use in those openings can be used here. So it's basically the same idea, and you avoid all these forced lines, because if you play castles, it's not only the marshal attack, there are all these lines with it.
Of course.
Side-step variation and Smyslov variation. And
that has been played for a long, long time with a lot of theory.
Lots of theory and lots of long variations and complex ideas, and why not just make a move? Because this you can play almost without theory, because there is not really any there are theory and there are lines, but it's not so forced, so you can just find the moves. Actually, it's not difficult. So okay, b5, bishop b3, bishop b7, and here you have many choices. You can castle, you can play a4, so on, and he goes for knight c3.
Yep.
Okay, very nice. And of course, black would like to trap the bishop here with this move, but unfortunately, right now this one is hanging. So d6, and now a3.
Yes,
and this is one of the lines. I think Karyakin was one of the pioneers of this line. And did he play it against Carlsen in the match? Maybe he did. He might have played it in the World Championship. I don't know, but at least he played it quite a lot, this a3 move. And the basic idea is just, well, if it's attacked with the knight, if this knight comes here, you will just slide down here.
You can say that this line is a little bit different from the normal play, because the classical idea for white is to play with a knight from b1 to d2, go to f1, go to g3, and play for c3, d4. That is the classical way of playing.
Right.
Then the white bishop on b3 will go to c2. But here we have a little bit of another plan for white, and that is to take control in the center. You can see the knight on c3 and so on. And that's why with a3 you are ready to go back with the bishop to a2 instead. But that also means that this idea of breaking through in the center for white is not so active right now.
No, it comes later.
It comes later. And it could be d4 anyway, but...
This knight here on c3, quite often you move the knight up to d5 here. So this is one of the ideas to jump here, and then you could come with c3 and d4, or just d4 immediately. So in the game there was a castling, and we have knight d5.
Yes,
it's not the only move though. I think I played this position myself, just with castling here. Yeah, there is one line that goes something like this: castles, bishop g4, and then you play b3. Bishop e3. So you go here. Okay. And black can jump in with the knight, but you can just exchange and so on, and then you put the knight on. Again, you always have this move knight d5.
Yes.
And it's an unusual center, but white usually gets a slight advantage in this line. So here we have knight d5 and knight a5, and we have the exchange on f6, bishop d5, c6, bishop a2, and now we get a slightly unusual move here, d5. Usually it doesn't come so early.
What is interesting here is, if you look at this position, is that the knight on a5 When you play this with black, quite often the pawn is on d4 instead of d3. And then your knight wants to go to c4, b6 to be active and support the center. Here it is a little bit, what do you say, it's on the edge, the knight. And the play is a little bit unusual for the structure. And that means that d5, like you said, is not so common. But as it is a bit different type of strategies and play for both players, it might work.
Yes. So I think black is taking a chance because I'm not sure white played the most
accurate,
most crucial, because in this position he took on f6. I think bishop a2 is the most played move in this position. But all these lines, they can sort of mix into each other and their transpositions and so on. But I think maybe white, because here also you can play bishop e2. You don't have to play bishop d5 and
actually,
give c6.
Actually, because if you go back with the pawn on c7, if you play bishop a2 immediately instead of playing bishop d5, I prefer that, I think, because here I think b4 might be a threat actually. Because if you play knight to c6, bishop d5 can be a little bit, a little bit dangerous at least,
This looks like maybe a slightly more exact.
It feels like that because after b4, you do not want to put the knight on b7. That is a classical strange square for the knight.
You don't want to go this route because usually it has no, especially if white has a pawn here on b4, the knight cannot go to c5 and not to a5.
So I would say, like, if in this case maybe black needs to play c5, b4, knight to c6, something like that. And we have, quite interesting position actually, where I think that white has got some chances to claim an edge. I mean, it's not clear in any way, but
but we got this.
Yep. So he
White
took the chance.
Queen e2.
But let us look at the times as well, because you can see that Sivok has hardly used any time.
But neither have white.
No. So they are both probably into some kind of preparation.
Some kind of preparation. Could be. Queen e2, rook e8, h3, bishop e6, castles, c5.
Oh, he's playing tough now. Interestingly enough, in this position,
the good thing is that he can go with the knight to c6 now.
Yes. No. Here we have an interesting position because now it's actually black who start to take control in the center and start to move forward. What is dangerous is, of course, that there can be weaknesses, and white will try to do something against the center and weaken it. Because if black in this position can play like take on e4 and take on and play c4 or something like that, and the bishop might be very bad on a2. So you need to be a bit cautious here with white and do something. And to probably you take on d5. Huh?
To me, it looks like black is now white. I mean, if we reverse the colors, you would feel that black has a slight advantage, like white usually has. I think this is slightly better for black, but nothing. White has a perfectly sound position, but he has wasted a little bit of time, maybe in the opening. So let's see what happened. There was an exchange here.
I think you have to do that actually. Otherwise, both d4
and then this move.
Oh, he's playing. Yeah.
So very positional.
Very position. How old was this guy?
He's 14.
14 and playing like he was like me, 52 or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you said before they learn quickly.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, we were very slow in our days.
In development. Yes.
Yeah, everything went.
No,
slowly.
the thing here is, of course, that if you take on e4 and the pawn takes here, we will have a position where the black bishop on f6 is a bit stuck. And it's even though black might be absolutely okay, but still then white might have some chances and put pressure on the white squares and will a4 maybe will come.
The good thing for white here is the fact that this pawn is on a black square, so it prevents the bishop, and white has this perfect knight on f3. Attacking this pawn, but this is just one small part of the position. And overall, I would say this looks very equal. But anyway, it's the sort of the first seed of something that could be something more.
But anyway, it is much more logical to play, I think, rook a8.
Yeah,
because if now you take on d5 and the rook takes, then there are this bishop is not so bad on f6 because you have the possibilities to push with e4 and so on. So.
Yeah, there was bishop e3, and now he actually took.
Okay.
But he does so because he has this move.
Yes.
So
I see.
So now if you go back here,
then at least you have won a tempo.
You have won a tempo. You could also try to attack this pawn on e4, maybe knight d6 could be a move.
Or maybe you go for g6 and go for f5.
You could also play something like this and try to. I mean, you have some activity at least in this position. But the young guy played a4.
So he's willing to take a double pawn in the center just to keep this situation with the knight on f3, going for the e5 pawn. And what he wants to prove is that this weakness with the double pawns in the center is not as important as the fact that we have a strong knight against a weak bishop. At least that's what he tries to do. A4 is logical in the sense that you are ready to open up the file. And if you play b4 now, then you can take on c5. Right. And then the pawn is hanging on b4.
Then you win a pawn, yeah. We can compare here because you might wonder why didn't white take the pawn instead. But after taking a knight here, then the knight could perhaps go to a4 later and just block this situation. And suddenly you have a weakness down here you can attack. And
rook c8.
Rook c8 and...
yeah, black has got something to play on.
And also the a3 pawn would be weak, and suddenly you can use the bishop. 3
islands against 2.
Yeah. So after in this position, after a4, black played rook c8,
covering up,
and there was an exchange, and rook fd1.
Because also because also in this position, the thing is. It is hanging on b2, but I guess just rook b1 and then take on b5 will happen, huh?
Probably.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Probably this move. And you have to move back.
And then take on b5, threatening to take on e7. Maybe now you have to take on e3. And in this position, I would say that, well, white has got an easier game, actually, I believe.
Yeah.
Because,
and here we see this
rook d1,
this good knight against the slightly weaker bishop, and yeah. So, but this is the position right now, rook fd1, and the young guy from India, he shows that he's really a good positional player because he understands all these nuances with the knight versus bishop and weak pawns here and weak pawns there and so on. So this will be a tough game for Vitaly Sivuk. I mean, it's a fairly equal game, I would say, in this situation.
I still think that...
I think a draw looks like it's could come here because there could be lots of exchanges.
In worst case, I think that black can play bishop e7 and then f6.
Yeah, he will do that at some point. And once he does that, then this knight is not so good anymore. I mean, then he's not. But then he could maybe reroute it somehow
to d5 or try it. Yeah,
I think we should take a break.
Yes.
So we will have a 15-minute break here.
Now, when we have looked at all the,
we've gone through the games, and then we'll go through it all again. We'll see what happens.
We will.
Yes.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, so we're back from a small coffee break, and we're gonna go through the games once more.
Yes.
And things have happened.
We have 12 players on 3.5 points, and we are following mainly these 6 games between those in the lead. And on the first board, we have Kaido Kulauts against Hili Sokolovsky.
Yeah.
And we said it
And-
was routine against the youth energy. And
The sort of seasoned old master. He's not old, but he has played chess for a long time, and he is
twice the age of his opponent.
Yes, more than twice.
Yes.
Almost 3 times, but not quite. But so we really have experience against youthful energy. And we said in this position that fairly equal. So this will be a long game. And what happened in this situation was a move that you suggested, actually. You said rook h4, and this happened. And of course, white took the chance to castle. And after rook c8, fairly normal, white played this. Rook
Yes.
h1. And the idea is just to exchange the rook and finally gain this pawn on e4, and then we play. That's the plan. And this happened in the game. There was an exchange here. Bishop g4 was played, rook g1, bishop e6.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? But okay, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's not so crucial.
No,
these moves,
I don't. I think now it's more about long term finding good squares, and white is trying to grind and find some weakness. Try to maybe get something to hit. So there was taking here, and of course now everyone wonders what happens if black takes a pawn here. What happens?
I guess you play knight c3, and then you take on b7.
Yeah.
Because b3 is not working, because then you can just take it.
Yeah.
But knight c3 here is probably very strong.
This would be a mistake, right? Because then you can just take here. But so
Okay.
okay, we got a small message from our technician here. We were not doing things perfectly right, but we try to improve all the time. So we are helpful. We're very glad to get some help. Okay, so you cannot take on a2 because, as we said, after this move, knight c3 is the move, and opening up this long diagonal, and suddenly.
Now it's problematic for black because it's
I guess you would have to play bishop c4 here, but still, you don't want to do that.
No,
it would be possible, but it's not what you want.
But it's also like black just now wants to swap off pieces and pawns as much as possible, and don't get too much unbalances in the position.
Yeah, that's true. Because when you have a situation like this, you don't want to have to defend weaknesses, one on the one flank and one on the other. You want to keep everything as tight as possible, so it's easy to defend. Usually you can use the king, and if you get a position like that where you have some weaknesses but you can have the king there, usually you can make a draw. But if you have spread out weaknesses, it's not so easy. So in the game, black played a very natural move, king c7, to get the king to good square, and also to protect b7, of course. Now came f4.
Okay, this is a bit of a committing move. Because, like I said, black do not mind swapping pieces in a way, but of course you want to do it when it's favorable. And here it is actually, if you take on f4, the bishop will come to f4 with check. And, well, the coordination of the black pieces is, a little bit strange. And there is like move, if you play like king b6, for example, then maybe knight d6 is possible. Maybe. Because what you do not want to happen, again, is to have a position where white will get the pair of bishops. But of course, here maybe take on a2. Maybe that is possible. I don't know.
Yeah.
So maybe that is not a good move, you know. So, but this.
No, but this in itself is annoying. You don't
Yes.
because you don't want to have to walk around and being checked by these pieces. I mean, White has two very strong bishops here, and I mean when the king goes to b6,
You can even play g6 here.
g6, but also this check is a bit annoying. Maybe you have to go back. I mean, you cannot really go in between because then b4 is
but I think king g7. But what I think g6 is a little bit is even more dangerous actually.
Yeah.
Because what now you have to react because you cannot take it in that in that situation. You know? So he's trying to put at least what he's doing here, Kaido, is to ask questions to his opponent and to give him the possibility to make a bad move. To play something that will give him a little bit of grip on the position.
Yeah, I mean we had him in the studio here 2 rounds ago, and he explained his game against Monica Sochko, and I got the impression from him that he is very aware of the time, and he always tries to get a good situation with the time, and in a good situation there are two things: you want to have more time than your opponent, but you also want to have enough time for the moves left, so that you can always, if you want to think like 5 minutes on a move without losing. I mean, you want to have a sort of a buffer of time.
And what it's doing now, when it comes to that, is to create at least some small problems for the opponent to think about.
Yeah,
and maybe he can gain time.
Yeah.
So. Okay,
and also he straightens out his own because they are a sort of disparate here. You have the one pawn on g5, and so
I like this. I like this move. Yeah.
And black counters with f5.
That's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, but he also wants to. He doesn't want what you hinted at, but he will still remain with one weak pawn here. And this is what happens in the game. We have general exchanges there. And now we have an interesting situation because this is, I would think that it's theoretically a draw.
Yes.
But in practice, this is so much easier to play with White.
Also because White can continue to play and play and play, because White can never lose this position. Okay, of course you can. But objectively, of course, there is one weakness, and that is the pawn on e5. White can do everything to try to win this pawn. If black has to, for example, take on e4 with the bishop on e6, White will have two bishops. Then you also have chances. So there is no doubt that black will have to defend this position for a while before Kaido will give him a draw.
Yeah. We can see that the evaluation bar gives White a very, very tiny advantage. But I would say in reality, the advantage is a little bit bigger than that.
Yes.
Because due to the problem of finding decent moves for black, I think it's a bigger problem than for White.
Also because black has got no active play.
Yeah, that's it. He has this burden of protecting his pawns, and I'm not only thinking about this pawn. This pawn is also a weakness because you have this long diagonal. And where do you put the pieces and so on? White has a simpler game. That's it. So let's see what happened in the game. There was b3 played.
Logical.
And black took a chance to give a check. King d2.
Yeah, here is a question where to go, but of course to go in with the king to b1.
Yeah.
You don't really want to do
then
that.
You're locked on the first
so
rank.
King d2 is more logical, but now
Rook h8
because now
bishop f3.
And now rook to h2 check can of course be done. Then the question is what you to play then. You hardly. I think that White now wants to keep pieces a bit. You don't want to swap off too much.
We can check a line like let's say check. Let's say White gets sort of worried about this and plays this move. I think after an exchange
here, black will be very happy to exchange rooks,
and then it's a draw more or less. I think if White wants to have some sort of chances,
Mm.
he need to keep the rooks
Yeah.
because he cannot really do anything against
Mm.
blacks. So we have this position now, and it's black's move.
But if you give a check on h2, what does white play then? Because if you
Well,
play
king d1 maybe.
because if you play king d3, maybe bishop f5 is a bit annoying.
No, you don't want to step into any pins.
No.
I mean, if white plays carelessly here, his king gets into trouble,
Mm.
and suddenly you lose something, or you lose a pawn, or maybe a piece.
So rook h2 and then king d1.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and I believe that this position, white does not have a sufficient
Maybe you
advantage
can
to
even
do
play
anything.
rook h3 then,
Yeah, maybe,
and then go back and forth,
yeah, maybe.
and then white must
Yeah.
find a
I
way.
I think there is black has activated
Yes.
with bishop. It was a good move to check on a3 and rook h8. So
Mm.
suddenly, I think
Actually, I'm not sure this was the best b3.
I'm not sure either about b3. Maybe there was something better because
Yes, I don't like
He
that.
gave a tempo,
Mm.
and suddenly everything. Maybe he should have done something else here.
Mm.
But now I see that there is a move played actually.
He played rook h3 immediately.
He played rook h3.
Mhm.
Which
What
is-
about and knight g5? Then you
then you check.
give check.
Then you give check, and then you have bishop f5 and so on.
Mhm.
No, maybe black is,
Simply have found a drawing mechanism.
maybe, or maybe he wants to see what happens because
Mm.
black is not losing this game. I mean, it's not like a lost game.
No, of course not.
It's just a little bit of a problem to have everything protected. But now white,
There's actually one move here, and
Yeah.
that is bishop g4. Because if it is one bishop you want to swap off, it is the white squared bishops.
yes, you could try that. But there is always this check, and then if you want to, you can play maybe even bishop d5, so you don't have to exchange. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, I think we should actually go to another game because
Yeah.
we will never get to any conclusion here.
Final conclusion.
And we have
That's
so many
correct.
things happening here.
Yes, please.
So we
Here we have had some stuff happening.
yeah. So we had this position. Bishop
Mhm.
e3 was played. Castles knight d2. I think we saw this,
Mm-hmm.
and we saw queen. No, we didn't see queen h4. That
No.
was that's the first new move.
Okay, now it is not good to castle, short side.
And we have again. We should say this is Erik Blomqvist
Mhm.
against this very very young American
Mm-hmm.
who is I think 15 years old.
Mm-hmm. But in this position, what is a bit, if white goes for a long castle here, this queen might, not be on the best square on h4. So it's a little bit of a, you have to have an idea with this move, what you do. For example, for me, the long castle move or this idea at least is something so. And g3 looks okay as well.
He played g3 here. I guess there are many moves, but he played g3.
Mm-hmm.
Queen
Yeah.
e7 and the long castle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But now white has got an easier game, I think.
But now I think he made a bad decision because he sacrificed the b pawn. I think he didn't have to. We talked about that before. That there's always this.
Yes. But we also said that what you want in this type of positions with white, when you have like a faster development, is to try to transform it either into an attack or a long-term advantage. And of course to win material is one way of doing that. So if you sacrifice something with black here, you really need to have a counterplay, because otherwise, you just be a pawn down. So
Anyway, you could imagine playing like
c6.
c6 or something like that. But he decided to go for the. And sometimes you can do that, but I don't really see the attack here because Erik, I think, correctly took this pawn. Rook a b8, and you shouldn't probably not take one more pawn. It would be a little bit too greedy and risky. So he played queen a6, bishop c8, queen a5, and bishop b4, and queen. So the queen is out. And where is the attack here? That's the question. Bishop b7, Bishop d5 he played.
Solid.
Very, very solid. And now you might think, well, he can attack the queen, but after this move you can just move here. And it's not so clear how you
Where the compensation is.
Yeah. So we have this position now, and let's check the evaluation bar. And we see
What is clearly better.
well, it's a pawn up. The computer does not see any compensation for this pawn.
And of course also, the a7 pawn is weak as well. So it's not only that you lose a pawn, but you actually also lose the connection between the pawns.
Also the a pawn and the c pawn. So
Yes.
in an ending here, it would be a
Disaster.
very nice advantage for white.
Yeah. Okay, so a strange decision in a way.
Pretty clear advantage, but the game is not over. Lots of pieces left. So I would not bet on
No. There are
white
still
winning.
attacks that
And
might come.
there could be an attack coming. So I think we should leave this and go to the next one. And here we have an interesting...
He has fantastic position.
Yeah, but it's not so clear maybe.
No.
Let's see.
Of course.
So we have to go back because I hardly remember what happened in this game. So we had this Ragosian line, and we had the classic idea of playing e5, which came here. And white played, and we can see that this is not a known position. It has not been played in any top-level game for a long time, at least. Bishop g5. And we can see that the evaluation bar gives white a pretty clear advantage in this situation.
Let's look at the time. Okay, there are still things. So it's not a preparation.
No, they have already used quite a lot of time.
But this is an annoying move, this bishop g5, because you're threatening to place knight to d5 here, don't you?
Right.
So this is suddenly I just think that this looks quite okay.
I think that's the reason that in this position it's only bishop g5 that gives white an advantage. According to our silicon friend. So it's a very obvious move.
But it's a very obvious move.
Yeah, so this is probably the reason why this position has not been played so much, because it's basically bad for black.
Yes.
So it seems like Praneeth has actually walked into
a little bit of a trap.
Maybe some preparation, or maybe he forgot about the moves, because he has played maybe one or two unnecessary moves. He played
a6, for example.
Queen e7. He could have played e5 earlier, and so on. So maybe he has made some slight something. He did go a little bit wrong. So anyway, he took on d4 here.
Take back. Knight d5 is obvious.
And knight d5.
Because now you cannot take on e4 with the queen. That is is the normal move.
Yeah, let's show that. Show that. So black would like to play this. This would be wonderful, and white takes back, let's say, and you take here, and suddenly it's
just winning for black even.
But there is a problem here. After this, white interposes a check. Yeah, let's go back. So queen takes. Knight takes,
and the queen on e4 is hanging.
Yeah, and after this, we pick up the queen, and okay, black gets a piece, but it's not enough. It's just completely lost. So in the game, there was knight d5, and now he has to do something, and he has one move.
That is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, but it's kind of normal check, because you cannot really take here. Because then we have a check here, and we take the bishop. And suddenly it's all roses again.
Yes.
Probably winning almost for black, because you get an attack also. Maybe, okay. Well, yes. At least it's not bad.
No, it's clearly it's good for black, yeah.
Yeah.
So case, but
so he played king
a much better move, of course.
He played king h1, depriving black of any counter checks. So now black really has to deal with this problem with the queen and the pin and everything. Queen d6.
But this must be, take on f6. Yes.
And
now
f6.
f4 or
and now he plays g3, yeah. And this is a nice move, trapping the bishop. And if black tries to, go for some sort of attack here, again,
Mm-hmm.
there is problems.
Or you play rook g1 immediately after take on g3.
Yeah,
So
I mean, it,
doesn't matter.
I don't think the idea. The
I
idea
agree.
is the G file.
Yeah.
And this opening. So it's
But
not,
now he really needs to find a trick then, black, because otherwise you just lost.
yeah. So he played the B5 here,
Mm-hmm.
and there was bishop D3, and now he played C5. Interesting, because he's planning to go for this. You know, he's going to play this. And the bishop goes back, and then he's going to.
But was it? I must say, was bishop d3 the best move? Because after c5, c4, you get a tempo on the bishop. Or should I have played like bishop e2 immediately? You know.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe there's some f5, maybe.
But you know, if you take.
Yeah, you could take. Yeah, I agree with you. It looks,
No, it's more like, you know, because the only chance black has got here is to play c5, c4, d3 and get the piece back, you know.
Yeah.
But after bishop e2, you know, I don't really see. But because bishop d3, that gives you.
Yeah. But as we.
But maybe this is good enough. But
I think we should see what happens.
Mhm, yes, let's do.
It's not like bishop d3 is a bad move, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in this position, he played. If he takes now, then I don't know. Maybe you can play c4, or maybe.
Yeah, that must be the idea. But I mean, even in this position, if the worst case you can take on c4, queen takes c4, and take on d4, and you are winning in normally as well.
But he played f4 anyway.
That's a strange move. In that one, well, it's a cool, very cool move, but the question is.
Yeah. Well, you know, somehow I think about the game yesterday with Joar, who managed to turn the game around. That sometimes you overthink things.
Yes.
Maybe you should just, you know, take.
There
this,
is one move
I
I was thinking about here also is to play queen d2, and go for queen h6.
Yeah. Also possible.
Okay,
well, we can see from the evaluation bar that
white is winning.
White is winning, and I can see from the lines given by the computer that there are many many winning moves for White. It's not like there's one move or anything.
No.
Maybe you have 5 or 6 moves winning, but he plays f4, which actually the computer says is a bad move. And now after this f4 move, it says equal game. But then, of course, Pranith, he played c4, which is actually one of the good moves for black.
And I think that you take on h2 with the queen. Is it?
Yeah, he took on h2. And now f5 for black
is the point.
was a good move. But also the move that he played bishop b7. This is not as good, but it's also a good move, obviously. And
okay, bishop e2.
I think it's very similar to this game yesterday. You know, you have this fantastic position, it's winning, and it's very easy to win. Instead, you do other things, and suddenly your opponent gets counterplay. And so now in this position, he played bishop e2 and f5. And
because I was just thinking about bishop f3 now.
Yeah.
And then take on e4, bishop take on e4, and then f5.
Do you think taking on e4? Yeah, you have to take on e4, right?
And then f5, and then knight f6.
Well, let's think a little bit here.
Yeah, okay. That was just the line, because then you have, after knight f6, rook take f6, you have the rook h6 idea. I just wanted to show that. Then the queen is pinned.
Yeah, this is a nice plan. Yeah. Let's look at this, because you would like to take here. Unfortunately, there is a small
problem,
small quirk on h7. So you have to play f5, and now you would like to take the piece. But maybe you can play
Yeah, I know that is exact. But you can also rook b8 here, maybe.
But you have to, or rook a7 maybe.
And then queen g2. And you have an interesting position with these 2 pawns in the center for black, you know.
Yeah.
So it's a very interesting. Here you must play queen g2, huh? And you have pressure on g3. It's very interesting
But
position.
there's queen d5 check here now and exchanging queens. But black has 2 pawns. Even such a position that would be good for white. White is probably better here. But so we have this position.
I'm not sure about that. Okay.
And we no one is sure about anything.
No, exactly. No one is sure about that.
No,
that is true. Yeah.
Obviously, they don't know what they're doing, so we don't know either.
But this is the position.
It's so easy to make mistakes in chess, unfortunately.
Yes, and and in this game, white was winning easily then, but suddenly he has made it complicated.
Only a few moves ago, if we go
instead of f4,
we had this position. So far, very nice play by white, no problems. G3 very strong, b5, and as you said, he can play bishop a2, he can play bishop e2. There are many moves, but black will always go for this, you know, bishop b7, f5 stuff. So it's not always, but what he did with f4 was clearly not the best move.
But here if you take instead on h2, and
yeah, this is better.
I mean, even if you play, like I said, c4, if you take it and then take on d4, you know, it's just simple win, I think, you know.
Yeah, correct. So so in this position we had c4, queen takes, and now if you take the bishop now, we should cover that also. Then there is a problem here, right?
Yeah.
And then the game is actually lost because you take on f6 with the knight and there's a mate coming. So here he found bishop b7, bishop e2, and f5, and this is the position.
Yep.
And it's easy. We have the help of the computer.
But you could actually play queen h4 here as well.
Yeah, it's playable.
But maybe
does
f6.
it change anything?
No, maybe
f6 maybe?
Maybe it doesn't, yeah.
It's not so clear. The problem is when you sit there on the chair and you have the ticking clock.
Of course.
And you don't have any help. And you look at your opponent and he looks very determined, like he has calculated everything, and you don't see anything. That's when it's problematic.
True.
But white has moves here. Bishop f3 looks like the most normal move. But he is thinking, and they don't have that much time. They have used up most of the time. I think this could go either way. This could go either way.
Maybe if you play bishop f3.
Yep.
Can you play something? Can you play like? Can you play something else in that position? Are you threatening to play? Then taking on e4. I mean.
Can you attack e4? Let's say you play some rook move.
Yeah, I think then you play e5.
Yeah, that's true. It doesn't work.
So the question is there?
You don't have time.
The
no, you have to take it.
No, there is one. The one other possibility is, you know, if you can play the queen to e6, then you take on f5, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I don't really think.
No, I thought
no. It doesn't.
I'm just
work.
trying to see if there was.
So
most
likely you have to take, and white must take, and now there's a mating threat, so probably f5 here.
h6 in this position.
Yeah, but what's the point?
You're threatening to take the knight.
Yeah, but you move the queen anyway to g2, right? Yeah, maybe you're right. Okay, let's see.
I don't know. I just
H6.
try to find a.
Yeah.
But you can also
but
knight f6 checks is good. Yeah.
Now it works. Yeah. So probably f5 to keep the pressure. And then we said check. And rook takes. I guess. Bishop takes. And we can take
But
the queen.
even that is interesting, you know.
Yeah, but then white has
White is better.
2 rooks and a bishop.
Yeah,
should
white
be.
is better.
But
Mhm.
it's not always easy to win, even
No.
with that
No.
material. But
So
so
rook
the question
B8.
is, but should we go there? Is there a better move?
Rook D8.
Because we have a tempo here. We have a
No,
threat.
rook D8 maybe is better.
Or
Because
rook-
then,
rook
but
E-
then you take away this this possibility of putting the queen on D5. Because I think you want to swap queens here, huh?
Yeah, this.
Yes, and now start push with. But I also thought about, putting the, I think the G3 can be a bit weak,
Mm-hmm.
But D3 here is also a bit annoying because you will threaten to check on H6 and then play Queen B6 check.
Yeah. So let's say D3. Let's say we move
Mhm.
this back home.
Hmm? A5, B4, start rolling.
Yeah. It's still an interesting game.
Mhm.
I think we need to go to the next game
Yes, please.
because we cannot really.
Mhm. Will the ratings be updated today? Is the question. I think isn't it correct that you play with a rating you start with in the tournament, or how is it, Tom? Do you know these rules? Maybe
I
this is
don't. I
something we
don't
should-
think the players' ratings will be updated in the tournament.
No, exactly. That's what I thought as well.
I think you play with your starting
Yeah.
rating. So
Yeah, but of course, it could be interesting to see if there is any changes among the players.
Yeah, but
because
I'm
we
not-
have
I'm
so
not-
many young guys.
Yeah,
you know.
but I'm not an expert on these
Mm.
things,
Mm.
so I wouldn't say for sure.
Mm.
Okay.
Your feeling? I think maybe white is better here, but it will be a hard fight.
Still.
Hmm?
Okay. Now you see what I meant.
But this was.
Okay, so let's see what happened in this game.
Mhm.
This was we had
But this is probably a draw anyway. Okay.
let's
Let's wait.
Let's take it
Mhm.
one step at a time.
Mhm.
So the audience get the chance to
Yes.
think a little bit.
Me also. I need to
Yeah.
think as well.
Yeah.
Okay, here was the position, and here we was not sure. But look at what's happened.
Yeah, actually, interestingly, you
He
are
played
actually
fine.
played the b4 move,
Mhm.
but after knight to a4, he didn't go for this knight takes f7.
No.
He played the conservative move.
Mhm. To cover up.
Yeah,
Mhm.
black put pressure. Now black is sort of trying to show that the
Mhm.
knight on d6 is a slight
Mhm.
weakness, and now we might at some point be able to
He
take.
threatens to take on e5 maybe in this position.
Well, maybe
Maybe.
not. Yeah, probably in this situation.
Mhm.
But you have to always think about the counter knight takes f7. So
Mhm.
once you take on e5 twice, you can take on maybe f7.
Mhm.
So anyway, rook c1, very logical move.
Also because another idea for black would be to play knight c3 and knight d5.
Yeah. So now he comes to d5 the other way.
Mhm.
Goes to d5. Now white gets the c pawn,
Mhm.
but black gets the b pawn. Rook
Mhm.
c7. And now comes queen takes
But-
e5.
But I'm not sure that this was correct all the way. Because
no one expects it to be correct. all
no,
the
no,
way.
no, because I think white is okay in this position actually. That's what I think. Yeah. But we'll see.
Well, my impression is that, or just looking at the position,
Mhm.
it looks, as you say, it should be fairly equal because
Mhm.
the activities sort of balance each other.
Mhm.
I mean,
Mhm.
black has a more compact pawn formation. The a pawn
Mhm.
is not a big danger yet, but
Mhm.
it will be later on. It could be a strong force for white.
Mhm. But now it's a very much a tactical intermezzo here. Huh?
Yeah, we'll get a lot of exchanges.
Mhm.
Black, you could say, sacrifices the queen, but that's not quite right because
Mhm.
after these moves, white is a piece up, but black takes
Mhm.
the knight. So that's the point. And taking here,
Mhm. Because there is no checkmate.
yeah, and black played knight d3
Aha, that's a good move maybe.
here and rook c8. And now I think, well, there is a big threat, rook c1. And
if you
right here, black has an initiative, I think.
But what about h3?
Yeah, but then you lose the f pawn.
Yeah, but I thought rook f3.
But there's rook h1 and knight e4 check and knight g5 and so on. You're not going to get the pawn.
No,
back.
it's true. Okay, that's an important. Here you could say also that you have very important small tactical tricks that you need to, you know, because it's very crucial here. Because if you just start to play a position here, white might have chances with this bishop and a pawn. So black needs to have activity, and that's what he has got, obviously, more than I actually thought when I saw the position.
I think the problem is that black actually has attacking chances with the knight. As soon as you have that, the knight is just as good as the bishop. And you can see that the bishop here is actually hitting a brick wall here. And it's
but what about g3 then?
Yeah, he played g3. And then he played g5.
Okay,
very cool move.
So instead of going for
yeah, he could have gone in, but I think he wants to play g4 and then check and knight. He wants to get this here,
of course,
and this knight is coming here, and then the rook will be down here, and there will be a mate. So pretty classical attacking chess in the end game. And
h3
right now, white's pieces are slightly
strange placed.
Yeah, they don't have you know, really good squares. So in the game, king went up. And rook went down, and now we can see in this situation Joar has almost no time. Look at the clock. He is at half a minute, and there are 10 moves to make.
And you have all of these threats coming on. But here, yes, you know, here white must deal with this threat of g4, because that's really dangerous. Yeah.
He did, but I think what he did was not the best move. He played rook a4.
It looks good in one way, because, you know, then you get the rook back, covering up g4. But
but I think the move that the computer says is the best move, and it's I would say very natural move, is to play f3. And then he can put the king on f2 if there's a check, and he can sort of keep some counterplay with the rook on a7. But in the game, it was rook a4. Then we had this check. King goes up and h5. And we now can see.
And now f3, you can take on f3.
Yeah, and the evaluation bar says that this is winning. Now he played f3. And you could probably take.
What would have been the best move instead of f3 then? Isn't it just good for black now?
Yeah, it said our friend says that he should play rook a to e4,
and then check on g4, and then check on g2 and take the rook.
Yeah, then you win the exchange.
Black is winning in that position.
But black is winning already. I mean, it's already minus 3 almost in this situation. But this just goes to show how difficult it is.
Chess is difficult.
Yeah, but this type of attacking play with the knight and rook. I remember there was a match between, I think, Ulf Andersson and Tal way back, and there was some ending, and Tal got, you know, and he had a knight and a rook, and he got an attack, you know, with these pieces in the ending, and I remember it still. It was so impressive to see.
Let's see what's happened then.
Yep. Okay. So in this game, in this position, there was f3, and I guess you can take if you want to, but he just played rook d2. Yeah, now there are,
because also what is black going to do?
Yeah, what's white going to do?
Yeah, sorry, what is white going to do? I mean,
because now there is also an added idea. You could go back here and come with this guy here. So this is also
rook c4 then, or something like that? No, what did he play?
He played bishop takes e6.
Okay, desperation in a way.
Well, but he didn't see any move.
No, of course, no. What can you do?
Yeah, it's actually one of the recommended moves by the computer, but it's completely lost. He took care,
Mm-hmm.
F takes, check,
Mm-hmm.
king f7, check, king g6,
Mm-hmm.
rook a6,
Mm-hmm.
and now came this rook takes f3
And now, well, if you,
here,
mm-hmm.
and here you resign the
But
game.
what about if you take with the other rook on? After take f3, take on here. Yes. Is it king f5? Aha, king f5. Rook to f6, king e4. I guess
Yeah.
so.
There are many ways, but this is
Mm.
this is definitely possible.
And then you
with
can
this.
put the knight in between.
Okay, so Joar didn't manage to save this.
Nope.
He lost. But it was a very tough game, and I have to say that his opponent,
Mm. Played quite well there.
Rithwik Raya is
Mm.
the last name.
Mm.
He played excellent.
Mm.
So then we go to Edwin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Oh, here was a lot of things that's happened as well.
what
It's a
is
rook
this?
down. Let's look at this position.
So we have to go back to sort of rejoin.
Mm.
And we were here,
Mm.
and as we said,
Mm.
and since we know so much,
Mm.
b6 was played.
Yes.
Which we suggested as a possibility. Very
Mhm.
normal move. Idea
Mhm.
could be to play c5.
But also keeping, this possibility if white is now castling, you might not castle yourself but go for an attack.
Yeah.
So it's smart to start with b6. I like that in that sense. Keep your options open.
And white does not really want to castle into this
Mhm.
attack. So in this situation, he played queen a4.
Mm-hmm. Which, okay, stops c5
Yeah.
and so on.
And he can follow up with rook c1 and so on.
Mhm.
And maybe at some point even play something. I don't know if there's something concrete you can do on the queen side, but in this situation,
Bishop d6, I would.
it's possible. But he actually castled now.
He did that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we said that before that. Yeah, likely they're going to castle in the end. And this
The
happened.
problem is if you play bishop d6, then e4 is very strong.
Yeah, suddenly
I
you
understand.
get you can get counterplay.
Okay, so castling then is
castles.
normal.
And white also castled.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop d6.
And now, what about is e4 a possibility here? Then you take pawn take back, and you probably take on d4, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have bishop e5.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can look at that.
Because this is very important, as you have seen before. With f3, the idea is for white to create a good center. So here black needs to have something, and this was the idea that I think that Edwin had in mind. And as you can see, all the three pieces is on the d file, and black will get back with some extra material in between. In this situation.
Yeah.
It's okay. Mm-hmm.
So white played king h1,
Mm-hmm.
bishop b8,
Ready to go for a queen d6 move.
and then we're gonna mate down here.
Mhm. It's actually a little bit annoying for white, huh? But I
It's very
also
annoying. It also protects the a7 pawn.
exactly that's
So
good.
we have it as an extra added bonus, so to speak.
Here you must play bishop e1, huh?
You don't have to play.
No, but I mean more like because you do
Yeah.
not want to play f4 in this
Well,
position.
I was thinking maybe this idea could be an idea, and then just reroute the knight and get it here. Yeah. This is a way to play. It's a bit slow, but
G5
yeah, of
can
course.
come again.
Yeah, of course. There are moves. I'm not saying that,
Mm-hmm.
but bishop e1 was played.
Mm-hmm.
Normal move. Rook d8.
Of course, yes.
Bishop h4.
Bishop
I
h4.
I don't quite know exactly what he's thinking about here.
Me neither. That was a bit strange to me.
One way to play here would be to play like bishop f2 and maybe even put the bishop
Yes.
down here.
Yes, I agree. I agree. I think that white needs to play this slow, actually.
But it's
But of course,
it
knight
looks-
g5 again can be annoying because then you can threaten to take on h3.
Yeah. It's a tricky position. So anyway, bishop h4 was played.
At least there is no doubt because if you look it's no. Look at the time. It's no doubt that it's much more difficult to play white in this position because Edwin has only been thinking 30 minutes beside the increment, but white is actually down to the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So this will be tough for white to make a draw in this position, I would say.
Okay, so knight f8, bishop a6.
Threatening to take on e3, yeah.
So white has protected e3.
But it's like he's doing it with a little bit strange means, threatening here,
Yeah,
go back here, and so on. But
White's play has not been so focused in this game, I think.
no,
There has been a little bit of this and a little bit of that, but no clear build up, and the bishops are going here and there, and it's a little bit unclear what he's actually trying to do.
yeah, he hasn't found the right plan.
No. So now the bishop comes back, queen c7. Of course, bishop g1, but then you can take on e3. So now it's too late for this plan.
And now he
Well,
must-
not now, but he can threaten to do it, and this will be hanging here because there's a mate. So instead, he played g3.
Why not bishop g3? What is wrong with bishop g3?
Well, I don't know. Let's look at it.
Is it queen e7 maybe?
Could be. Looks quite strong, right? But then there's bishop f2 again.
Yes, but at least then do something. But then you have activated your queen a bit, maybe,
But
What happened?
when you look at games and you think that both players are playing strength, you have to think this. Maybe both are playing for a win.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you sort of think, the guy who is worse according to the computer tries to make a draw, but that's not the case. And White might very well also have his plans. He wants to win this game. He wants to win the Rilton Cup. He's not interested in any draw in exchange and things like that. So let's see. G3 was played, which it doesn't look too bad. I mean, you can put
think
it.
about another possibility for black here.
Yeah.
Is that you have to watch out for b5.
Yeah. Trapping.
Also trapping the bishop on a6,
Yeah, but there is a4.
It's a4, but then queen b6 maybe. I don't say this is good. I just say that you have to watch out. So
Yeah.
in that sense, it's a little bit
But I don't think it works because of a4. And then you have knight c3 and.
Yeah, no, most likely it's like.
But in the right moment, it would be very strong. So rook d8, rook ac1, knight h5, and now knight a4.
Wait. Okay, is there a threat in this position? Maybe you threaten to take on e3 and then take on g3.
Could be, probably.
Could actually be quite, at least again.
Yeah, there is some threat down here, and then later on you take here, and the queen comes in. So let's see if this actually works. Let's make a move here, a4 or something. Let's say this, and we try this, okay?
Yeah, because it's funny.
If you take with the queen, it doesn't improve your chances. Then check here, and I guess you have to take this.
Yes, otherwise you just.
And this check, and this queen here.
And at least you're threatening to give checkmate on h2.
You're threatening mate.
And if you need to cover up with one of your rooks, rook c2 maybe, and then take on h3, king g1.
But we can see that black has a good game here. He will take back on e3 at some point. I don't know. Maybe this move.
Yeah, and
check.
Rook to h2. No, rook king to g2.
No,
yeah,
this.
Because you are rook down, So you better find something.
Yeah.
No, I think this is, but at least these are ideas that is, can come.
Well, we come back to the ghosts again.
Yes.
This is a case of ghosts. So black might not be threatening anything here, but the ghost of some threat might be just as horrible as the actual threat. And white decides to simplify things and avoid.
It was so little time. He's got 1 minute left. Look at this.
But now it comes.
Oh, now it comes. Okay.
And now he moves back. Oh, we just have to
lovely.
see what the computer says.
But this is lovely play.
Yeah.
Because you can see he cannot take the knight because it's a checkmate on h2. So you will get back.
But the question is, how was this other line? Let's see what the computer says. No, it's not dangerous. It says it's an equal game. Yeah.
Knight e6. Yeah, well.
And now knight. But that's very difficult.
That's
extremely difficult. Knight e6, and it works. So, but in the game after knight f4, this is actually a big mistake. There you see the ghosts are working fine for black.
Exactly.
Here. So.
No, but with 1 minute left, normally you try to swap off pieces. So.
Yeah.
But this is very nice game.
Rook
I think,
f2, knight f4.
Threatening to
But now.
I think this is a very nice game of Edwin.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
very nice game. I like the way he has approached it, how he has, how he has made it difficult for the opponent with every move.
So let's just see the final moves here, because this ends quickly. Yeah. And now he has a queen for a rook.
And he won.
So,
nice play.
Very good play. And
Edwin is in top.
Yeah.
That's nice.
And then we have this.
It became a draw. Huh?
The Sivak game. And we can just see the final moves here. It was not a long game. Let's see here. We had this. We had this position, right? Rook d1. This was the move. And then we had this. We said that this is likely going to happen.
That was maybe equalizing.
Yeah. Yeah. And here they took a draw. Okay.
Quite impressive by this young Indian player, Only, what is it, 14?
14 years
14
old.
years old.
Yeah.
Playing, very solid against this strong Swedish grandmaster. So, well done.
Okay, so we have to jump back all the way to this game.
Yes.
And we seem to be moving towards something like a draw here. There was rook h3, we saw this. And he played, like you said, bishop g4, take. And now bishop c1.
Okay.
And
probably a good choice to get rid of that bishop.
Now the chances for white are very, very small.
Because, whatever will happen, even if you lose the e-pawn, but if you manage to swap off either the rook or the knight, it will be a draw. Because 3 against 2 with knights is a draw.
Yeah.
Of course, you can try out something, Vad ska jag göra? Okay. So, yes. So most likely this will be a draw.
This is probably a draw. So let's jump. So we get to this game.
Blomqvist game. Yeah.
And things are not going well for black in this game.
It's 2 pawns down. Is that correct?
Yeah. So we can go back. We had a position here. Let's see, somewhere here. I think we were.
Yeah.
Bishop b7.
Bishop d5. That's right. Yes. Trying to avoid the swap.
To avoid,
But okay.
White has a very good control in the center, and this attack is just not. There's no focus in this attack. c6, bishop b3, solid game. c5, c3.
It's trying to get some kind of counterplay.
Yeah.
Now it's blocking his own bishop. I would watch out for this knight f6 check.
Yeah. Now we have a gigantic threat. So he plays f5.
Yes.
Knight g5. And
he forced the swap of because he had other moves as well.
Yeah, but white has a very nice position now, and he just continues to swap. Rook b5, rook d7, and he taking on b2 is no big threat. Bishop b7, rook d1, Bishop e4 takes. Rook d2. Yeah, this is the position now. It's just completely over. So.
Yeah.
So we go to the next game, and we have. Oh, what's happening here?
Yeah, what is happening here?
So we had queen takes h2, bishop b7 we had, bishop b2 f5.
We said bishop f3, yeah?
Bishop f3.
This was what we were analyzing all the time.
Yeah.
Bishop f3, take on e4, take, and then f5, and all of this.
Yeah, there was a line where white gets a piece, but black has 2 pawns. But here white made a mistake. He played queen h4, which is a bad move. Now came f6.
But that was exactly the move I suggested, and we came to the conclusion that f6 was good.
But we didn't look at queen h4, did we?
Yeah, I suggested
Oh,
it.
yeah.
But
queen a4, yeah.
But
F6.
we said that f6 was just a good
yeah.
move, yeah.
So this is typical. I recognize this from the game yesterday we had with Joar, where he managed to turn around that. Black is also turning this game around now because white does not find the killer blows, if there ever were any. So now he plays bishop f3, but now...
The difference is that you do not have your queen that can come to g2, you know.
Yeah.
So that's the problem.
And now queen d7.
And now the problem is that, you know, in the other line you could have play knight f6 check and take on b7, but now you don't have this possibility. So what about the knight? Where to go? What to do? If you take on f6, you take rook take f6. I mean, it's game over. Black is winning here, from what I can see.
Yes, I don't see the move actually.
Because if you now play queen h5, I guess you can play just f5, huh?
Yeah, right.
Okay, strange.
I think so. The line we were talking about was this.
And if you take on b7, it will be a check. So you cannot do that.
Yeah. So you take here. Let's see. And then there's a check here.
And then we have a situation with you start to push the pawns, you know, like d3 and so on. And this should be, or
maybe you start with some rook move or something.
Maybe even that.
Maybe rook.
It's also, of course, you know, you have like very simple idea to just go for the white squares around the white around the white king, of
but
course.
There are some checks with the queen right now. You cannot play queen.
No. So queen g4 or.
Yeah, queen g4 is...
Then of course the question is, what about if you swap queens? What will happen? But yeah.
I should be winning. So this is the position.
That's it. So we have someone who has played a good game, I guess, that might come, and it will be like a legend for you to take care of. So let's
Mr. Rosenthalis, come here.
Coming here.
Yes.
Hello.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
So we're going to check your game.
Yeah.
So maybe you just present yourself a little bit for the viewers.
Okay, I'm Wedberg Rosenthalis from Lithuania.
Yes.
Actually, I've played in Rilton Cup quite a lot of times. And
how many? Do you know how many?
I think it's my 6th tournament.
Yes.
I'm not so sure. Yes, I mean I have to count. I mean it's not so easy.
No.
Yes. But I do remember that I was lucky to be first on time twice in this tournament.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But it was long ago. I was a bit younger.
Yeah. So which board were you playing on?
I was playing board 14 today.
There we have you. Yeah.
So actually, I always liked this tournament, but somehow last time I played, I think 12 or 13 years ago. Somehow because of the pandemic, other tournaments and many things. Yeah. So I'm happy to come back.
Yeah.
So actually, I'm playing only very young players.
Yeah. You play this guy. He's like, is he 15 or 16?
Yeah, I think
so.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's my 5th opponent who is under 20.
Right.
Today.
Yeah. But there are so many young players.
Yes, and of course they are much stronger than it used to be because they are well prepared.
They know everything.
Yes. So,
it's tough.
today I also tried to somehow to avoid yes, you know, the main lines.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why, can we go on?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Game? So
we're going to look at the game, the whole game.
Okay, yes, because I think it was very, very unclear up to the end. You know,
yeah, so you're white here?
Yes, I'm white. So in Sicilian, he played e6 on the second move, so I played g3.
Uh-huh.
So you know, my normal move would be c3 here. I played it all my life, but sometimes I play also g3.
Yeah.
So okay, he played knight c6. D5 is also another option.
Of course,
but, knight c6, bishop g2.
Knight f6.
Knight f6. So now once again, e5 is not good here because black plays knight g4, then queen c7. So
queen
white,
e2 you played?
Queen e2 or d3. So I went for queen e2, and he played e5. So now if I do something like d3 or castle, maybe he can play knight d4, you know, changing some pieces. So that's why I played c3.
Yeah.
So he played d6, d3.
Yeah, h6.
Now I played a3, you know, sending a message that I want to play b4. And my opponent answered a5, but
which
I think
it's a mistake.
Yeah. I don't know, but it's a concession. Yeah, I mean, I would refrain from it. You know,
no, I think, in my experience, the best is to allow b4 and then just play a6.
A6, maybe b6 or b5.
Yeah, know, something like that. So. Because you get all these squares. Yeah.
Of course. Well, what I did, I mean, it's quite slow, but anyway, the position is solid. So
I think this is.
So then we played normal moves: bishop e7. I played knight a3.
But you just mentioned that because maybe the viewers think that why didn't you play a4 immediately? But the idea was to lure him into playing this.
Because now all the pawns are fixed, you know. So I have squares b5 and also c4. Because if I simply go with the knight to c4, he can always play a6 b5. Yeah. Now it's not possible. That's why now I have good squares for my knight.
And your knight can come here and this.
And then I see if I play to b5 or c4. Yes. I mean,
then you can do this if you want to.
This is what was happening in the game.
Yeah.
So after a4, he played bishop e7. So now we both are developing our pieces. Yes, castle, and he played rook e8. I mean, it's possible, of course. Yeah. I put my knight on b5. Yeah. He played bishop f8. I now put my rook on e1. Yeah. Now he played bishop e6, and after knight d2. So it's what the plan you mentioned, yeah. So I want to go there. So now he played bishop g4. I don't know. I mean, you know, so I mean, he also, you know, wasted one tempi, you know. So.
But this is not so important. The tempi are not so important.
Yes, maybe, but you know.
But of course, of course, it's a factor.
So okay, I mean, you know. So my first intention after bishop g4 was to play bishop f3, but then I decided that my move queen f1 is even better because so I played queen f1 because now I'm ready. Maybe I will play f4, you know, starting with this game. Also, maybe I will play h3 and then somehow also g4, something like that. Yeah. So he played knight a7. So he wants to exchange those knights.
Right.
So now, I mean. It would be tempting to play something like knight c4, for instance, here. But then he takes on b5, maybe plays b6, and then he attacks this pawn on b5. And I mean, it's... So that's why I decided that I have to exchange those knights.
You could also go back, but then maybe you can attack a4 somehow, bishop d7,
yes, I mean,
like
something like that. So I mean...
So you took it?
Yeah. And now I played knight c4, yes. So he played bishop d7. So he wants to play b5. I mean, it's interesting idea because he has to do something. Of course, after b5, he will have this a pawn, isolated pawn, but I mean, he gets some play on the inside. So I also have to start with f4. You know,
so f4.
Yes, he played b5. Yes, I took. And now I mean, I was not sure if I play something. He might. Even take on c4, you know, take on f4, and then maybe press on e4 my pawn. So I decided that it's better to play knight e3. So I played knight e3.
Did you consider playing like f5 and try
yes,
to go for a pawn
I
storm?
considered this, but as I said, I was not sure. First of all, f5, I'm not so sure if I want to do that, because
No, of course not.
because he can play then bishop e7, then something like knight h7, bishop g5.
It's not so easy to break.
So
through,
it's very, I mean, it's very responsible to play like this. So I want to keep the center. So that's why I played knight e3.
So you played the most flexible move here.
Of course, knight e3. I mean, it looks like, when he took on f4, I took with the pawn. It looks like black can win a pawn on e4. But after knight e4, I'm not taking his knight, but play c4. So we can maybe show to our viewers that it looks like the pawn is pinned, but I play into
counter
c4. Yes.
measure.
And now two pieces are hanging, and he's losing one of the pieces.
So you win a piece here.
So there was not a possibility for him to do.
So he played bishop c6.
Bishop c6, and yes, and now I mean he might play by the next move d5 or something. So I have to play c4.
Well, but then you could do e5 maybe.
Maybe, but I mean, you know, I decided that I have to play like this. I mean, it's. I think this position is very complicated.
Of course,
I don't know how to assess it. You know, so I think that then we played several.
As usual, there are many ways.
Yes. So I played c4. He played g6. It's a right move. Bishop d2.
Yeah.
He played bishop g7.
Yeah.
I played bishop c3.
Yeah.
Now knight h5 is also, I think, a good move. And for me, it would be not so good to take on g7, because then I have weak dark squares. So his queen maybe one day will come to d4, or maybe he will press on b2. So I'm waiting that he will take on c3. That's why I played queen f2. Once again,
the only drawback is that he will get the pass pawn on
yes,
the
yes. So but I mean, it's a lot of pieces yet.
Yes, true.
On the board. So this pawn is, of course, it would be very dangerous pawn in the end game, but we still have middle game. So now it's interesting that.
So your plan, if we talk about plans, is you want to have a kingside attack here.
Yes, somewhere in the center, because I have a strong center.
So which break are you looking for? F5 or E5 or what?
Maybe F5, maybe E5. I mean, he has to look all these possibilities.
You keep
so
all
now,
the options,
now it's interesting. Once again, some tactics, because it can be a question, why not for black, let's say, taking on c3 with the bishop now. I take with the b c3, and then queen f6 with double attack. So now he plays queen f6. But then it's I have e5, and I mean it's not so easy to understand what is going on, because now he has to take. Now I play knight g4, you know, I'm playing, and it might be dangerous for black somehow, because his queen has to go. If he plays to e6, maybe I can take on h6, then take with the rook on e5. If he plays queen d6, I can take with a pawn on e5. So he has some hanging pieces, you know, so that's why it might be dangerous for black.
So he played.
So instead, he played a4, and I played rook f1. So I'm looking that one day maybe I will play f5, and also I protect this pawn. So he played rook b7. I mean, he's preparing, and now I play knight g4. Also, I'm looking, you know, on this side, preparing for something.
Yeah.
So now he took on c3 finally. I took with the pawn, and he played king g7, protecting the pawn on h6. Now, once again, I'm not in a hurry, because, you know, something like f5, maybe he can play g5, something like that, or no. Oh, no, after f5, he can play queen g5, yes. And I mean, he's So I'm making a useful move, rook a2. I mean, first of all, I put my rook, you know, to be secure that his rook will not come to b2 at some point. Also, maybe one day I will play with another rook to a1 and attack his pawn on a4 after something like that. Yeah. And here I think he made a mistake by playing queen a5. I think he had to be more careful with his king, because you know, I'm ready. Also, this rook one day can come suddenly to f2.
Of course,
So he played queen a5, attacking the pawn on c3. But now queen d2. I'm protecting this pawn, and with my one eye, I'm looking on h6. So I want to play f5, and then. Right. So I think here he had already to play something like maybe even queen d8 back. You know, so. But he played a3.
Which is maybe a little bit
yeah, a little bit, because you know
suddenly it's very weak.
Yes, yeah, his king is very weak, and also this pawn. So
Yeah.
now f5 is
so would you say that a3 is a mistake?
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah,
yes.
it looks to me like a mistake because
now f5 I'm attacking his pawn h6. Yes, he has to.
So now suddenly you switch gear and you go for
okay,
the
I don't know, maybe rook h8, but I mean you don't want to do like this.
Yeah, then the rook.
Yes, so he played h5, g5. I played f6 check,
yeah.
And once again king h7 of course was a necessary move. I think I have an advantage, but king g6 it's much more dangerous.
Yeah, the king is very sensitive.
So let's see what happened, because I have also e5. You know, you see that I have some tactics on the long diagonal. So now I played e5.
Yeah.
His bishop is on c6 is hanging also, so if he takes my bishop, I take with the queen. I'm attacking the rook, and queen e4 is a threat of mate.
Yeah.
So the only move for him, it was queen c7. Now I play d4, so I open all this diagonal from b1 to h7.
Now you threaten to come here. Or
so
here.
his only move is knight f4, and I think here it's after knight f4, a lot of moves are winning, like rook takes f4 or something. I played queen c2. With the idea that after king h5, I maybe simply rook takes his knight, and then queen f5 check.
No, let's just see what will happen.
So probably I take on
f5.
f5.
Here?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, he can take on g2, but then I take with a pawn, with the king. Let's say he takes, I give him a check. And after this, the easiest, maybe knight h6 is the easiest way to, because I want to mate him somehow, I mean, so.
Yeah, it's not so easy to see a move for him here.
He can make, even rook b1 is not.
Rook g8, you can just take it.
Yes. So.
This is over. Well, it's a very nice game. I like it.
Okay, I mean, thank you. But I mean, it was, of course, I mean, it was not so clear. I mean, but
but I think when you play in a tournament like this, you have to play like this. You have to give your opponent some chances to make mistakes, right?
Yeah. So
that is the key. If you try to force your way through all the time, you're not going to be very successful. Thank you very much for the game. And good luck in the future of the tournament. I will follow your games. Hope to have you back with another nice game.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck. So how many points do you have by now?
I have 3.5 out of 5.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Closing in on the top.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was a very nice game by Edvardas Rosenthalis from Lithuania, who has played the Rilton Cup 6 times. Very nice. So I think I will take a small break. So see you back in a minute, or a few minutes. Okay, welcome back to Rilton Cup, the 5th round. We are mid-tournament right now.
That's right.
And we are seeing some small trends here. Some people are sort of getting into a good position for the final part of the second part of the tournament. So let's go in and look at games. And we see that on board 1, we finally got a draw.
Yes.
In this position, they actually took a draw.
Yeah.
I think this was the last position that we looked at.
Yeah, that's right. And we said that, black can even lose the e5 pawn as long as you swap off one.
Yeah,
one
but there is no reason to lose it. So
nope.
They took a draw. Then on the second board, as we expected, we had a resignation in this position.
Yes. 2 pawns up.
2 pawns up and a completely winning position on top of that. So very easy. These pawns on c4 and e4 are extremely weak, and there are also weaknesses up here. So everywhere weaknesses.
Yeah.
Then we have one game going here.
And that is interesting.
Yeah,
actually.
we should go back just to...
Because now I can say it is not so clear now as it was. We thought that white was winning and now black was winning, we thought.
So we had this position here with still a white advantage with bishop f3. But instead he made this, I would call it a blunder actually.
Yes, it is a blunder.
A blunder. And we had actually covered it. And we had decided that f6 is a very good counter. What do you do after that? And this happened in the game. So there was like this. And here he found the very exact move, queen d7. The point of it is that you protect the bishop on... b7 and you protect against the mate. So you protect these two things.
Exactly, because f5 then you have queen e7, knight e7 check. That was what we missed before. Huh?
Yeah. So that didn't work at all. So I can just show that. In this position, if you play f5, you have this check here.
And I guess...
Yeah. And then you take on b7. We checked on f6 and then
exactly.
But this is So queen d7 a very strong move and I would say a winning move. Then there was knight b6, interesting.
And now you can take on e4 with check.
King h2, queen d6, and we have this position. We looked at this type of position before, but I think we had exchanged the queens maybe.
No, not only. We were looking at these type of positions as well.
Yeah, in general, but
we found a way to swap queens, and the question was if it was good or bad or something like that. Yeah.
But I think almost. I think the best white could get would be to exchange all the heavy pieces. So you have a rook against the bishop. Then there is some maybe some small.
Yeah, but I think that I'm not sure I agree with you, because I think that white has got maybe some chances to go for some kind of counterattack with checks.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So rook e1 was played. D3 was played. F5. King h8.
Wait. Okay, so and now if you play d2, just so I understand.
Yeah, but then you want to play d2 here?
Yeah, it's just what I just want to understand what is happening if you play d2.
Well, you have this check maybe.
King goes in.
Now you could cover d1.
You can play rook e6. Okay, that's important. Yeah.
No, not
there. Because if you have to play rook d1, it might be a good idea, because But okay, good.
So king h8 was played.
Threatening this a little bit,
Yeah. Rook f2.
And now d2, then you simply play rook d1. So a little bit good by white in that situation.
It's very important for white that this rook covers g2 and this one covers h1. So black can never, or never, but as long as these rooks are here, there is no attack on the king. That's important. So rook f2 is a very nice move. I think one of the most important thing is to protect this square here. Queen c5 was played. Queen f4 protects the rook.
Yes.
Rook d8, rook d2. Bishop c6.
But now, because now you can actually go for something, there are You know,
there are some
rook e6.
There are some tricks.
Some queen h6, and a little bit like that, you know.
So let's see what happened. In the game, it was rook e6. Now we get
threatening mate, of course.
So he must go back.
And how to make progress? Yeah, I played this, and this is, you know, now queen c7.
Yeah, he did that.
Okay.
Rook d7. And back.
Now you threaten
back.
Yeah, because you're threatening rook e8. Huh?
And now suddenly, white plays for a win here. We have to check what the computer says about this position. It's clear advantage for black, obviously. Winning advantage.
But they have little time, don't they? Yeah. Oh, look at the times.
I think this. I don't think black is offering a draw here.
No.
He just takes a repetition and gains some time on the clock, because you get half a minute every time you make a move. So you make a few of those just to get some more time to make the big decisions. And in this situation, white played rook f2 instead. Now b4 came, and queen h6.
But I think he should have played queen c7 again in that position normally, you know.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Queen f7 is coming in.
No.
Well, I think this is completely lost, because
I can see one thing here is rook e6. Maybe you can play d2.
Yeah.
Because if you take it, it is a check on h5 and checkmate on h1.
Let's show this.
Maybe,
let's show it.
maybe I'm not correct.
No.
So let's.
You are not correct.
No, that's right. Yeah.
So, because you said this line.
I thought this was strong, but maybe I'm totally wrong. You know.
Maybe we do it like this. And you said this.
Yeah.
And this, and you wanted this.
Yeah, I thought this was very strong.
Unfortunately, it's not so clear. Because
no, it's true.
You get these checks, but the king will somehow escape here, I think. I don't know, maybe you play even like this. I don't know, maybe you can just...
Yeah, it's not clear anymore.
I don't know. Is there some? Maybe you can even play like this, I don't know. Anyway.
You want something clearer than that, normally with
But he didn't play d2.
No.
He played queen g7 instead.
Okay.
And this is now an invitation to rook ending, because after takes, you can actually pick up the bishop. But now comes d2. You have to take it.
No, I can play rook f1. It's better, I think.
Maybe you can play rook f1. Isn't it the same?
Because not.
No, it's not the same. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So well, let's see what happens.
Take on take,
and then
check. Go up probably. Take on b2, and then maybe a check on. Maybe a check on a c7 and king g4. Because, yeah, this is actually white will manage a draw here, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
So maybe it's in the end it will be an even result.
It could be, yeah.
The only result we didn't believe would happen, because it's been like winning back and forth. Like
so let's look at this. Is there an alternative to d2? I don't think there is.
No.
And I don't think you gain much from interposing. Oh, maybe there is a move here. Is there a move? No, there is nothing.
No move.
No, I wanted something like rook e8, but you can play rook d1, and after the check you have king h3.
Of course.
And then suddenly you're actually losing. So you have to take a queen. And of course this comes, and then you have to check. I mean, this is pretty forced, right?
You must go to h6 here.
You have to go here, and then probably king g4. So let's see this.
Okay, but here, because if you play b3, it's draw immediately with rook f7.
Do you want to go here?
Yeah, that must be the only chance, isn't it?
Yeah. And let's say you put the rook behind.
But then, rook d4 check and king g5. So in this position, my idea was to play rook f7 actually.
Then you get a check.
I go back. King g5. Then
maybe now you take.
Yes, exactly. And now we have
it's a draw, according to the table base.
But it's still you have to fight.
Yeah,
so.
you still have to fight. But I agree. So queen g7 is obviously not the best move. I mean, he was completely winning here, right?
It's completely winning.
He's completely winning. And the best move, according to our silicon friend, is this one. Keep the bishop and keep fighting.
And you're afraid if you take...
Now if you take here, what do you do? Well, we have to think.
Maybe you queen g7.
Maybe just play a simple move like this.
Because now d2...
You have d2, you have c3, you have everything. And white does not really have an attack. It's nothing. You took a pawn, but that's it. So this is remarkable. But I think it has to do with the time.
Yes. Agree.
Because he has only seconds. He has only a half a
Both
minute.
of them are down to that level.
And then you make moves like this. And maybe he missed your fine point there with rook f1. Because we can just check it again if you make the mistake. Maybe that's also a draw. What happens if you take this instead?
But well, at least you can always keep. You can play like... in worst case, you can actually play rook to c2 in this position.
Yeah, there are many options now.
More options here.
Yeah, this is... maybe it might also be a draw, but because the king.
But you want to keep more. Yeah. Well.
Yeah. The other one is much more simple. Here you actually have some ideas. You can try something. But this is actually the position. What happened here? Did he lose on time? No, it's the 40th move. So. No, okay. They have made 40 moves, so he's thinking. Yeah. He's
okay, let's move on. What more do we have?
Is there some comment?
No, well, some comments, okay, they are commenting on your look.
Okay.
They saw you in the 90s and you look the same, Tom.
It's true. I can tell you I haven't changed much.
Yes, of course. And Tigre is not playing, Grandelius is not playing. That's it. Any coverage of the Kauitsky's game is the question. And this is not the idea because we are covering the top players. And what we have been following is the 12 top players because we have 12 that is in the lead, only losing half a point.
Right.
We have been focusing on those games. So that's it.
Okay.
Vad sa du? Va? Jag förstår inte.
Tiger spelar på board 8.
We know.
Yeah. Tiger is playing on board 8. Yeah. Okay. No, men jag sa att Grandelius. Okay.
Well, we could just check it out.
This is actually quite interesting. I saw this now when we. This is a very strange position where you can see that black is actually a pawn ahead, but it's a strange pawn on f6. White is going for a run on the king's side, on the queen's side.
White is so active. I would suspect that this could be a draw.
I have an idea here. Rook c6, followed by b6 and rook c7. Is that a possibility?
Do you want to interpose a...
No, I think I wait.
Yeah, it's a brilliant move. We have to check it with the
I
computer.
don't know if it's possible, but I just...
It's possible. Yeah. No, but
B6.
yeah. It's a very interesting idea. Very interesting idea, actually.
Because my idea is to play... but if rook c7 is my idea to follow up, you know.
But he can also, just put the rook here. What are you going to do? Maybe you can exchange at some point.
Yeah, well, or I take on d6 maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Very interesting plan.
This is a very interesting idea.
Very interesting plan.
Also, king f3, of course, is a normal move. So I guess that is better. Yes.
Yeah.
King f3,
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Why
do it immediately?
What's the hurry, so to speak? So king f3. You could also take here, but I don't know if that's good. Maybe then you...
No, I think that you want to keep the king away.
Yeah, I thought this move.
Because, but still, how should white proceed? And when I saw this, I thought that if you happen to play a6, probably...
But I mean, when you play rook c6, you play for a win or something?
Yeah, of course.
But let's say black plays this move. How can you...
I play rook c6.
Yeah, and now I go back with the king.
I play b6. And now I probably...
Rook c8. But then I just go here. Well, this must be a draw.
Maybe it's a draw.
Yeah, I don't think you can win it. But the question is, so maybe if you want to do this, but I don't know.
You can maybe go back. No,
maybe I cannot, because then you can take. So let's say take. But I can go back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe white can win. I mean, you're pawn down and...
But what about rook c7? Now you can come in with your king to g4.
Yeah, and then what?
Rook c8.
But I'm going to...
If I swap now and play...
Yeah, you have a threat there.
If I have king... No,
but
king
but
f2.
let's you go here. Yeah, okay, I wait.
I go up.
I wait.
I go up.
I wait. You go here, and I go here. It's a draw.
It's a draw.
Yeah.
It's a draw. Okay. Good.
Yeah. So, should be a draw, I think. But white is very active, and I think this rook c6 move is very instructive. Because
if you take it, you can just show. Then you take with a d pawn. With a d pawn, and suddenly you have three pawns like this.
This is a
and
horror
they will move down, So.
Yeah.
Okay, we have someone's suggestion. Didn't a5, a6 win when the rooks were on c7 and d7? Let's take a look at that one.
Okay, let's see. So
took on g4, yeah?
Let's see. h5. No, it's white's move, right?
We played... Okay,
you want to do this immediately, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So this was the idea, and now...
c7, king f7, rook c7, king e7, a6...
Yeah, maybe that might be a good plan. Interesting. Because if you take
b7,
then you play this. And I don't think black has a fortress here. Right? Or?
Most likely not. Because you can always put your queen on e6 check.
Yeah, and also this thing with the king coming in here. So this should be... So maybe after h5, maybe this move actually...
At least it is dangerous.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous move. This could explain why white is thinking so much. Yeah, this would be...
That would be very interesting.
Quite horrible for Tiger.
Yeah, I must say, this is a typical Tiger move himself, that he would play,
Yeah,
because he's a very creative guy.
Yeah. No, I was... When I saw this first, I was just concerned about how to deal with the situation over here. But maybe you can just completely forget about that. Because I was thinking, should you take? Should you play king f3? But maybe this. So we'll have to look at this with other eyes. How should black play here? Is there something? Because you don't have to. Maybe not. You don't. Maybe you don't. Have
Maybe
to
okay. When b6 comes, can you play rook d8? Then
yeah, that's what I'm
rook
thinking.
c7.
So
and
let's
then
say
rook
let's say
a8.
you take b6 and now you go back.
Mhm.
You don't threaten anything here. Maybe you can just move your king up here and take this just for fun.
You mean should you play f5? You mean?
Maybe black can play f5. No, but I'm thinking what because if you go here,
Rook
well,
a8 or
yeah, then you go here.
okay, then I can take on b7 and play rook d7, of course, you know. But it's a bit dangerous, you know, of course.
But then we put. Should we start with the check maybe? Or should we?
I go up.
You go up,
Mm-hmm.
and then I go down.
I thought.
Then I get a new queen, almost. This is not so bad for black.
No, that is good. Okay.
So probably you have to go down, right?
Mhm. King f1.
Let's say king f1.
Mm-hmm.
Should we play? Maybe go here. I don't know.
Take
You
d6.
Maybe just advance this.
Mm-hmm.
We have maybe at some point we could
Okay, rook c6.
rook c6.
I'll run with my pawns.
But we can go down here maybe.
Mm-hmm. Then maybe I give it check and play b7.
Yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think you should go up actually.
Maybe.
Go to g4 and then start to give checks.
So this,
Mm-hmm.
this,
Go up.
and this,
Mm-hmm.
and this.
And
Let's say
now you start to give checks.
check has to go here.
And now g2
Oof.
because there are no checks really. Huh?
Well, there is a check on d7
Yeah, but then okay.
or the c8.
I just thought that I could do something good in that position.
So
Okay.
let's see this.
Maybe I can play king to h4 and then it's a draw.
Yeah. You have to go for a draw here.
Mm.
It's a draw.
Mm.
Because this, then you have rook c3, right?
Exactly. I don't want to play that. King
But-
f4.
Yeah, but there's a check here. Check and you come somewhere here maybe. Now this is very dangerous.
Of course.
Yeah.
Dangerous for both.
So, yeah.
Mm.
So...
So maybe it will be a fantastic draw in the end, but
should we go back?
yes, let's take a look at.
Maybe we just go through this game quickly just to see what was out. We
Mhm.
will not go too deep into this.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a King's Indian.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that's rather typical for Tiger, even though he has been playing the Benoni quite a lot.
Well, he has also played more solid.
Yeah, he plays everything.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, very tricky. We will not analyze everything here because it's too much.
Mm-hmm.
We will just see how this ending occurred. Yeah, this position. I was in there looking at some point when this was, and they were
Mhm.
thinking very hard at this because
Mhm.
what a strange position. How do you play this?
Mm-hmm.
It's not easy. I think it maybe was this position I saw, something like this. Okay, so the game is mainly happening on the queen side now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Oh,
trick.
did you see that one? Of course he did.
Oops, check.
Mm-hmm. So this is how it happened. Okay.
Okay, well now it looks very good for white, I think, in
Mhm.
principle. So
Mhm. But you have this idea with rook d7 and then
Yeah.
you take the pawn.
yeah,
But wait. Did he play king e2? Here he could play maybe this idea with b4 and on all this, and the king is maybe better to be, you know. But then of course maybe the black king will go to c7 or something like that.
Yeah, you have to be careful. Maybe that is a better defense to go there immediately, and then try to go to take the h pawn with the rook. Isn't that a smarter way to play? Can black lose that?
It takes a very long time to, you know, white might play a4 a5 cover up. But
I'm thinking.
Okay, I see.
Let's say where are we? Rook d7. It was like this, rook d7.
So you should have
king e2. Let's play
d8.
here.
Yeah.
And I don't know where he's going here. Maybe
it could even be that you should stay with your rook on c7 and go to the king to c8, so you can use the c file.
Yeah.
No. Okay, you cannot, because
I don't know.
The d6 pawn will hang anyway.
Anyway,
okay.
We'll see what happened. King f7 was played. a4, king g6, a5, take, b4. Yeah, this is the position.
Okay.
And he's still thinking.
Of course.
So I guess this move you suggested is probably on the radar. So let's see what the computer says about this. It says it's equal.
The question is if it is our line. What? Let's try a little bit. H take g4 and c b6.
b6. It plays rook d8. I think that's the only move. I don't due to the a6 idea that we got from the chat. Very nice move. Black has to, as always in rook endings, the principle is play with an active rook. So even though you lose the b7 pawn, this is still a good move, and it should be equal. Yeah. So rook c7. I guess rook e8 or rook b8. Maybe both are the same. But let's say this move. I don't know. Maybe take. And take here.
And then rook d7 was the suggested move.
D7. And we gave a check. I think that was a good check because you have to go down. You want to press the king down, and then you play this. And it was this move, right? And then we did this. And this. And now did we play? No, we didn't play that. We played 7. Did you play g4 here?
No, I think I played king h5 actually.
But then you can take on f6. Was that really? Was it that way? Maybe it was.
The idea was that you need to come with the king to g4
but
to start to get, because in this position king g4 was my idea, because now you will start to give checks and you cannot get out of it.
You also have the g2 and king g3 plan, so maybe now black is better, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe not, because you can play rook c6 again and you have checks. But maybe then you can play king f3 and take on e4. I don't know. Maybe there is some.
But then I take on g3.
But then, and
it should be a draw.
Also, the d pawn can start working.
But okay, interesting.
Very interesting.
And this is also a line where, the computer is very strong, because rook end games has got so many small tricks and tactics that it's easily to miss.
I think we have sort of.
Okay.
We have pointed towards. A likely continuation if he plays rook c6. If he doesn't in this position, if he doesn't play rook c6, I would expect it to be just a draw, right? If you don't do anything. What happens if you take this?
Okay, king take.
And let's say you play a move like this.
King h4.
Yeah. Is black better now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
I think so.
Could be.
But I'm not sure. Of course, you can play a6, b take a6, b take a6, with the idea to play rook b7.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
And still you should be okay,
But you always have g4 check, so there will be no mate. And there's also the risk of coming behind.
Yeah, I would prefer black in this position.
Yeah. So you cannot take on h5. But that's always a little bit nasty, because sometimes you just want to keep the...
But king f3 then?
King f3, yes. And then black can choose. h4. Or maybe take.
But h4, then rook c6 maybe.
So let's see. Let's say h4, rook c6.
But wait. In this position also here, after h4, what about a6 now?
We take it.
Yeah.
You take it. Or you want to take with...
No, my idea was that you can play king f7 maybe. Okay, you have a move here.
Do I? Then the rook b7.
Yeah, king e8. No, that's right. That's correct.
a7.
So, because my idea was that it was like a little bit of a Zugzwang.
No, I think the move here is rook c7. Always active rook.
Okay, and take on d6.
And now we check.
Yeah, okay, maybe.
But this is not so clear because now the black cannot play his king in. So let's say you just
king e2.
Move back somewhere here. Do you want to go there? Then
but otherwise you just give checks all the time. I must
okay.
go towards it.
Okay. And now I check again.
Yeah, and king d3.
And now the pawn comes.
And now rook b6.
Should I go here?
Should I go king c4 maybe, try to do something? But okay, I mean, I think it's, for me, it's white who has got the better chances here, but maybe I'm wrong, I don't know.
No, I agree with you. I think black is a bit pressed, and even though the computer says that this is no problem, no sweat for black.
But he needs to find a little bit of those ideas that we have been looking at.
But the one interesting thing here is that everything hinges on these moves now. You have to make some very exact moves. If you don't do that, probably it should be just a draw, right?
Okay, should we take, because now we have the 12, is it finished on the first, we have one more game. It's this Praneth. Yeah, this is interesting. What has happened here?
Oh, interesting. Look at this. So queen g7, he didn't go for the pawn, for the rook ending.
Queen e3.
But actually, the computer says queen takes g7 is equal, and queen e3 is also equal, interestingly. That's interesting because, and bishop d5. And now the computer says that you should check on e8 and it will be a draw. We can check that line just to see.
No, I understand. Yeah, this, yes, take. I think you should go with the bishop, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, take on the e8, of course, now.
Yes.
Because if you go with the queen, you can play queen e7. And maybe...
Yeah, you have to watch out, because now without any rook, you're more susceptible. But you can play the bishop here. And
maybe queen e3?
Or queen d8, maybe. Just keep this, maybe something like that. And you have f6 under control. It's not so easy for black. What do you do? How do you actually get anywhere? Yeah, this looks very solid. So I think with that, we will finish the stream for today.
Yes.
So
let's look at the results.
Yeah, we can look
this
at the
means
results.
because we had 12 players.
Yeah.
That was in the driving seat when coming into this, the 5th round.
Yeah.
And we saw a draw on the first board very solidly by both players. And then we had Erik Blomqvist winning on the second board against the young American in a good game from him. And then probably this game will end in a draw.
Yeah,
we'd guess that right now.
So. Yeah, now it looks very solid because of rook e8.
Fantastic, exciting game.
Yeah, very good game.
And it was back and forth who was going to win. Then we have Rithvik, this Raya Rithvik from India. I think he played a good game. He has been quite impressive play by him today, I think. Joar Östlund couldn't save his third game. like that.
I think the deciding factor was actually time.
Yeah.
Because we had the position when all the middle game was over and there was the beginning of the end game. That's where he made the mistakes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Edwin Trost played a good game on the 5th board and won. Again, it was time that was crucial.
Yeah.
Because very soon he got much better time than his opponent.
But not only that, he also had a more promising position.
Yeah, and he played a really good game.
Very nice attack.
So well played by Edwin. And then we had a solid draw with a stronger player, or at least the more experienced player, Sivuk, playing black, and white did not take any chances. But it was a solid draw in this game.
Yeah.
So. That is what we're going into. So we have 3 players.
3 players leading
in the lead. That will be exciting because now we take a break for Christmas Day.
Right.
Celebration tonight.
Yes.
A break tomorrow, and then see each other 3 o'clock on the 2nd of January 2024.
Right, but I can also say that tomorrow there is a big blitz tournament here.
Oh yes.
So for those players who want to take revenge for losses in the Rilton Cup, they can play a lot of games tomorrow.
And this is also open for others.
Yeah, this is open for others. So, and usually there's quite a lot of people playing. So
yes,
that's something to look forward to.
Yes.
But okay, thank you very much for viewing the stream today, and we will be back the day after tomorrow. Thank you very much.